You are now tuned into Flippin' the Birds, a Philly Sports Network podcast.
Technical difficulties already.
What's going on, Eagles fans? Welcome all to a live edition of Flippin' the Birds presented by PSN Radio and Philly Sports Network. I'm Brian Cameron. He's Chris Infante, and week one, we're here. We finally made it.
We're here. We're live at Mulligan's in Hoboken. As you can see behind us, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
We have Brian's father-in-law, who's a Giants fan, trying to creep up into our stream here. What's up with you, Cameron, and ball people?
It's just a habit. It's a force of habit.
I got some nice locks up here. But look at all these people already joining us. I appreciate it. It's gonna get loud in here today. We're inside. We tried to be outside, but there's no plugs and our computer sucks. So we would start this, and about like 20 minutes later, we'll be dead. So I apologize for all the. All the loud noises you'll hear still from Eagles fans around here, but we are here. We are here.
Absolutely. You're definitely stuck with us for the next couple hours because we'll be watching the game along with you guys. Couple things to go over. Lane Johnson inactive, Miles Sanders inactive, Derek Barnett inactive. There's about 4 more players inactive. So injuries still spelling the Eagles even a season later.
I'm scared. Hey, you have Jack Driscoll and Nate Herbig versus Jonathan Allen, Montez Sweat, Ryan Kerrigan, Chase Young. It's gonna have to be the Carson Wentz Dink and Dunk show. Like it's gonna be.
He's gonna have to get the ball in his hands quick.
Like Wentz is probably gonna go 29 for 40 for like 180 yards because it's just every pass gonna have to go 2 yards, 3 yards. Because they're not gonna give him any time to do anything. It's gonna suck.
It's gonna be tough. A lot of rookies starting.
Like we want Wentz to have the time to drop back and throw it deep to Rager or throw it deep to Jackson. I don't know. That's a lot of screen games. Screen games are crazy. Hopefully it's the Boston Scott because those of you that don't know, I'm facing Bryan in fantasy today. And I'm starting Boston Scott.
So you stole Boston Scott from me.
Yes, I did.
That's terrible.
Boston Scott is in my flex, so hopefully it's a Boston Scott show today.
It's okay. I got D. Jackson, Carson Wentz starting for me. So, you have Carson Wentz in that league.
Yes.
Oh, bastard. Okay, yeah. So I won't be paying attention to fantasy today. But let's get down to business, guys. You see, AJ said they need to pay Ertz. Howie and Zach Ertz had a heated discussion this week. Is the trade on the horizon at this point? I mean, God is making things difficult. 25 years old, a stud tight end, had 607 yards last year. How you feel about that?
This is like today could have started worse. We have all the injuries, and now we have the report of Ertz and how we get into it. It's like it's gonna be really ugly. Like I don't get it. Like this guy has been your franchise
and your go-to guy.
Your go-to guy for no matter what quarterback's been out there. It's with Bradford, Sanchez, Mark Sanchez, whether it was Wentz, whether it was Foles. Foles went to Alshon Jeffrey a little too much, but whoever it was back there, it was Zach Ertz. And now you're gonna argue with him about dollars and cents. You're gonna pay him less than all. No.
It's definitely tough to see. But real quick, let's go to the comments. Isaac put he kind of called me out saying I'm not wearing a jersey. I'm super superstitious when it comes to wearing jerseys during games. I only wear the jersey if I'm at the stadium, but not out like at a bar or at home, maybe at a friend's house. I'm not the type of person. I'm very superstitious when it comes to that. But Chris is sporting the Brian Dawkins jersey today.
I'm very. This is new to me too because if it's not a game, I'm home. Like if I'm not at the game, I have to be home on my couch. This year would have been with my daughter and my wife, but now we're at a bar, so it's like, all right. I hope that the seat I'm in is not a bad luck seat. hope the person who sat here before me wasn't like a Cowboys fan or anything. So
That's it. Hopefully not. So while we're talking about the receiving corps, it's a new look team. Raygor, you have Fred, Sean Jackson, you have John Hightower, Quez Watkins. Eagles built on speed this offseason.
Yeah, built on speed that we might not even be able to use if we don't have the time. But the thing is, the thing that we have with this speed is you can use that speed in so many different ways. You can hit Raygor on the screen and you can take it. He's a big yards after catch monster. Watkins can do the same thing. Hightower can do the same thing. Even Deshaun can do the same thing. So, and we know Boston Scott can do some of that stuff too. He can split out wide too. So we have speed. We can use it. It's just Wentz is not going to have any time.
Well, here's the key thing: Deshaun Jackson, when he's with the Eagles or the Redskins, both teams are undefeated against one another.
There you go.
So last year we had Deshaun Jackson go for about 150 yards and 2 touchdowns before week 2 happened.
That's it. There you go. So this is going to be the Deshaun Jackson show. Hopefully he can keep up his streak. I don't know if the Buccaneers were undefeated against the Redskins or Eagles when he was on the floor.
No, the Buccaneers gave us a call with Patrick and then Deshaun Jackson.
Oh yeah.
That was terrible.
So Deshaun loves his revenge game. So hopefully we get one of those today.
So we have one where Rager bombs Wick John. It's really going to be bombs away. That's my biggest question right now. I mean, I know the offensive line is a little unsteady right now, where it's not, on the weak side. But if the team can get out where they have a screen, requires a potential Rager and Deshaun Jackson screen game. I mean,
I think this is going to be a Raygor. He's going to have maybe 60 yards receiving and maybe another 20, 30 yards rushing. I think he's going to be all over the place. Deshaun, I think I want to say it's going to be more of a Raygor over Deshaun game because Deshaun says, he's built on the speed and all that.
It's Deshaun. Like, you cannot not throw to him when he's in the game. I mean, that's the whole point of having him back in Eagles green is to be the main target. So speaking of main targets, real quick, we did have a question on Twitter. So shout out to Bryan for this question. He asked, would you trade Alshon Jeffrey and a third just to get rid of Jeffrey's contract? Thank you, man.
Oh, yeah, the hand delivering a beer for those. It could be viral. Those of you that don't know Viral, he's a big. He's the president of Eagles Twitter. The president and CEO of Eagles Twitter. Like a Brock Osweiler thing. The thing is, I'd like to see Alshon Jeffrey healthy with this team.
It would be nice.
It would be great. I don't want to, as much as people want to send Alshon Jeffrey away, I don't really want to because I want to see how he fits with this young receiving corps. He could be a great mentor for this. And can you just think of the offense that you have? Alshon Jeffrey, Raygor, Deshaun Jackson, you have Ertz, and then John coming in. You have Miles Sanders. That's a fantastic.
That's a phenomenal offense.
That's a fantastic offense.
Always need to help you off.
Yeah, maybe we'll put Watkins in at right tackle. But but that would be incredible and hard to defend. It's just
You just gotta get healthy.
Yeah, I think by the trade deadline, if things have gone south for this team, and it's not going the way it's supposed to, I could see them unloading Alshon to a contender. Maybe the Colts are contending. Maybe the Colts take them. I can't see the Jets taking them. Maybe the Bears. If Foles.
Would that be interesting?
If the Foles is back and under center for the Bears, maybe they trade for Alshon Jeffrey. They really only have Allen Robinson.
I'm curious about this because a lot of Eagles writers have written off the Eagles. They're an 8-inning team, no better, no worse, wild card team. I don't see that with this team. I mean, I feel you see the potential, and if we could get healthy, like by week 3, week 4, like this team has potential to go on a wild run and run the table, especially in the NFC.
I project that even with their offensive line issues, I still think they're an 11-5, 10-6 at worst team. I just put out my season predictions yesterday, and I think they start out 3-0. Winning today, winning next week against the Rams, winning against the Bengals. I have them losing to the Niners, and then I have them losing again to the Steelers, and then they go on a little run. But they face I think they face the Giants after that.
Okay.
They beat the Giants. They beat the Cowboys. Then they have Shit. Who's their schedule? I know they have a bye week 10. Week 9, sorry. But after 8 weeks, I have them at 6-2.
Okay. So back to a quick question. Back to Wick John. Yes, is it possible they just don't see Ertz continuing his production, coupled with their confidence in Goddard? So Goddard is 25 years old, 607 yards last season.
Yeah, but Goddard's has a broken thumb still. He's going to have his splint on his hand, so we might not see the Dallas Goddard receiving that we usually do. We're going to see probably a lot of Dallas Goddard blocking today. They're probably going to need it. They're probably going to need an extra guy to block today, to chip off Chase Young, chip off Montez Sweat or Kerrigan. So we're probably not going to see the Goddard coming out party today. We know they're not going to use Ertz to do it because Ertz can't block for his life. But with Goddard, whenever he's in, I feel like they're going to be almost tipping their hand. Where if Goddard's in, then they're going to probably throw it deep or run it. And if Goddard's out, then it's either going to be a quick pass to Ertz, just because they know the Redskins are going to pick up, what they're doing. They have experienced coaches now. It's not like years ago when
It's not Chip Kelly.
It's not Chip Kelly anymore. The Redskins, it's Jack Del Rio, who's a really good coach. You got Ron Rivera, who's an amazing coach. So they're going to be able to catch on to what the Eagles are doing quick with Dallas Goddard. I have been on record saying that if I had to choose, if I'm the Eagles and I had to choose, I'm probably picking Goddard just because the money situation, the age. Are you locking up the Ertz for 5 more years until he's 37, 38, or are you locking Goddard up for 5 more years until he's 30?
The thing with Goddard is, if you said, he's been inconsistent when it comes to injuries. He's not consistently healthy year in, year out. Last year he had a hamstring issue.
I blame that guy that dropped him in South Dakota. That guy that dropped him in South Dakota, he probably messed him up the whole season.
He probably had him in fantasy, probably.
He probably missed it. Someone else drafted him like, listen, I'm going to take you out for the season. But it's Goddard. I love him, but he's not Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz is Zach Ertz.
Yes.
For some reason, speaking of that, this was I reminded myself. On Twitter the other day, I said Dallas Goddard is not Zach Ertz. Some Buccaneers fans came into my mention saying, you're right, he's better. Are you trying to get Zach Ertz traded to the Bucs too?
What? They have
you got Gronk. Like get out of my mentions.
So speaking of mentions, we talked about the offensive line. Jack Driscoll starting at right tackle against a fierce front seven from the Washington football team. I want to say I'm a little fearful, but I'm a little confident in Driscoll. I'm more worried about Herbig at right guard.
Jack Driscoll in college was a right tackle for Auburn. And Auburn runs a really, really high octane offense, So him and then you got Prince Wadahu on the other side. Jack Driscoll's had an elite 40-yard dash. He ran the 40-yard dash at 5.02 seconds at his height and his weight, 6'4" and a half, 306 pounds, and he ran almost a 5-second 40. The 20-yard split was 2.87, 10-yard split was 1.74. So those are elite. That means he can get up and go as soon as the ball drops. I believe he went 500 snaps.
It was 800.
800 snaps. Sorry, 800 snaps of just not allowing any pressures. So I said that I would love to see him on the left side because of that. Mm-hmm. But now he's in his natural position, and he dominated. And it's the SEC. People want to say, SEC. Unless you're playing in the SEC, you're not really doing. He played it. He did it against Alabama. He did it against Ohio State. I belive. I know Ohio State's not the SEC, but he played against these high octane offenses and defensive lines that I think he'll be able to hold his own. If he is facing against Chase Young, it's rookie versus rookie. But I like to have little high hopes, I guess.
So my question, if Driscoll does phenomenally well, do we see Driscoll in the starting lineup, possibly in the future replacing Jason Peters or Lane Johnson moving to left tackle at this point in his career? And Driscoll at right tackle? Driscoll
Lane Johnson has been steadfast saying that he's a right tackle. Anytime that he has been asked about the left tackle situation, nope, I'm a right tackle. if Driscoll really impresses today against this defensive line and Peter struggles, I mean, next week it'll be Johnson starting no matter.
Yeah.
Driscoll can pancake every single person that comes his way today. He's going to be back up next week. That just gives more value to him later on in the season. But let's say Jason Peters goes down. Do they roll the dice with Mailata? Or
who's been taking
red tackle? Or do they say, listen, Lane, you were a stud left tackle in Oklahoma. Can we let's go? Like maybe Howie slips him a few bucks like he did for Peters.
Maybe slip a few bucks to Hurts first.
I'll see about that.
So guys, again, we'll be on all game long. We'll be eating, we'll be drinking, we'll be having a good time. All the Eagle fans are unfortunately they are outside. We have to go inside because we need the power from our laptop. But it should be a fun time. Again, if this is your first time watching this, make sure you subscribe to PSN Radio. You can find Flippin' Birds on there, as well as every single Philly Sports Network podcast that you guys love. Outside Insider, Possibly Phillies, everything.
Yeah, and so in a few minutes, we're actually going to be joined by Zachary Neal from the Washington Wire. If you're familiar with Eagles Wire on USA Today, this is the Washington version of that. USA Today has their team sites, and this is the Washington Wire. So in a few minutes, we're going to be joined by Zachary Neal, so he can give us some insight on their side, what they're looking for, look at what they're looking forward to facing on the Eagles side, who's out for them. I know Kendall Fuller's out for them, which is big time. So we're going to have him next week. We're going to have a member of the website called Beyond the Horns, Rams website. He's going to be on our podcast next Tuesday. So this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get into the enemy lines and talk to our enemies and see what their side of things. Like I know we're biased and all that, but we like to see what's going on their side.
Yeah,
so we have a little bit better picture. A little better picture.
By the way, shout out to Tastic for having the best icon right now with Damian Lillard on the best icon. Definitely big fan of Damian.
Who has Damian Lillard?
Tastic, right there.
Tastic. Are you very fantastic Turbo or Tastic?
So guys, if you have any questions, whatever the case may be, we're here to answer it. We'll be very in tune with you guys throughout the game. Like I said, we're here all game long. I mean, no better place to be right now. We're in Mulligan's and Hoboken. Yeah, it's a great spot. If you've never been here before, it's crazy. Eagles fans have run this thing over. Obviously there's a limit to how many Eagles fans can run this thing over, but people are going to be lining up outside to come in, sitting up outside. So this is a great spot. We're happy to be here. Hopefully this is not our last time here. And hopefully some of you out there join us. We'd love to have a whole bunch of people behind us, just like how like ESPN, Mike the Golick and Wingo show. They go in live places and people are sitting behind them and doing all that stuff. Like, hold on, I got let in a special guest. Special guest?
My wife and my daughter are here.
Okay. I was very concerned for a second. So one thing to really look into this game is definitely being how the Eagles attack the Washington defense with no Kendall Fuller starting, Ronald Darby starting instead. I believe they also have starting or second year on pro starting. So it's definitely an interesting game to see how the Eagles can attack downfield while maintaining the line for a Carson Wentz. We'll wait for Chris to get back. We'll also be joined by most of your favorite PSN writers after Zachary Neal comes on from the Washington Wire. And whatever questions you guys have, definitely shoot it over. We're here all game long like before. So whatever, guys, what do you have? There we go. Hi. Look who it is.
Say hi, everybody out there. Say hi, everybody out there. Say hi.
So if you're just tuning in, this is live watch along for Flipping the Birds, brought to you by KSN Radio on FTB Sports Network. Also, don't forget to use code FTB at manscaped.com to get 20% off any Manscaped products. They have the Lawnmower 3.0 as well, which Chris and I both have grown accustomed to using. Also, to support that for every all your favorite craft beer, if you use code FTB10, then you get $10 credit on your next order. So definitely thank you for joining, and make sure you guys subscribe to PSN Radio as well. So right now, Opeta looks like he's warming up as well with Kelsey, Stayamalo, Peters, and Crystal. You guys are watching. We're going to have Zachary Neal on in just a moment to discuss more about the matchup between the Washington football team and the Eagles. All right, so let me get Zachary on so we can talk more about this. Let's see. Zachary, what's going on, man? There we go. How you doing, man?
Can't hear him. I can't. You hear him? No, I can't hear it. We can't hear him.
Oh, we're having a little difficulty.
Sounds like a robot. What's going on?
Okay, so Zach's having technical difficulties. He'll be back on in a second. Again, we are live at Mulligan, so if you hear any background noise, that's just us in the environment of amongst Eagles fans in Hoboken, New Jersey. Darius Slay making his debut for the Eagles today. As he's warming up right now. That's gonna be phenomenal.
Darius Slay. Yeah, we got a personal bartender.
All right, so let's see if I can get Zach back on. Okay. Hey, Zach, how you doing, man? There it is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, there we go.
All right, perfect.
I'm good, man. How you guys doing? Good to see you.
Good, we're good. We got our beer in our hands, and we're ready to beat down the Washington football team.
We'll see what happens, but yeah, that's probably not actually the outcome, if I'm being honest.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've seen already. Lane Johnson's out.
Yeah.
So
There's hope.
big news for you guys. So
Yeah.
So what's going on over there on your side? Like, what's who's out, who's in? Why? Like, what do you think? If you think they're going to lose, why? If you think they're going to win, why? Yeah.
So I'll start with your first question. There's no really big injury news for us. We've got our cornerback, Tilo Fuller. He's out. He was kind of expected to be out. He's been limited all week. That news came out. He's not going to play. Other inactives, not a big deal. Bryce Love, Alex Smith, they weren't expected to play much anyway. But it's just, to be honest, it's just a tough matchup. I mean, the Eagles are good. Washington isn't great. So we'll see what we can do. There's a few position battles. We already mentioned the offensive line for Philadelphia. You mentioned the defensive line for Washington. That's really their strong suit. If they're going to win, it's going to start up front. So they're going to have to really get down and dirty in the trenches, try and rush Carson Wentz, try and mitigate the Eagles' run game, and we'll see what can happen.
Now, just how good has Antonio Gibson been for you guys? Like he was my draft crush. I wanted him in the Sproles role. I was like, when I saw him test out as a wide receiver, I'm like, he's a running back, but he's really a do-it-all guy. So now that the legend is gone, and now that Bryce Love is hurt, how much is Antonio Gibson going to give the Eagles fits today?
So he's good enough to get Adrian Peterson off the roster, which is saying quite a bit. I know Adrian Peterson's pretty old now. He didn't really fit with the scheme they were trying to run, but I mean, it's tough to say because we haven't seen preseason games. Everything that Washington fans know of him, we've seen secondhand reports from practice or videos from training camp. So we think he's pretty good, but I mean, we're kind of in the same boat that a lot of the NFL is in because this is our first time seeing him today because we haven't seen the preseason, but expectations are high. I think fans are probably most excited to see him and Chase Young today. But we'll see. To be honest, he's on my fantasy roster today. I have some high hopes.
I'm so pissed. Someone took him the pick before me, and I was so pissed. So I've been sending him trades for Antonio Gibson, and he actually changed his team name to Chris and Antonio Forever, just to troll me.
See, that's why you got to do the auction draft. You can just pay up for them. That's what I do.
That's like I love auction drafts. They just take forever.
That's true.
I did. I used to do auction drafts for my fantasy baseball team, and that took 44 hours.
Fantasy baseball.
It's just like upbidding people over and over and over, like spending $80 on a shortstop that's not even going to play, 50 games. But yeah. So what's how's your number one cornerback doing, Ronald Darby?
I know this is an interesting conversation I have with Eagles fans.
Very, very interesting.
He had an interesting time in Philadelphia, but I think you guys can probably agree that when healthy, he's a very solid player. But the biggest question is just can he stay on the field? Mm-hmm. Knock on wood, through training camp so far, he's been healthy and he's looked pretty good. The secondary in Washington, obviously, last year was a huge issue with Josh Norman being the number one, and they had to get him out of here at the end of the year last year. So that's kind of the biggest question mark on the defense. The defense is supposed to be pretty solid, but the question is, can they cover anyone? And we're expecting the defensive line, the defensive front to hopefully rush quarterbacks into some bad decisions, some bad throws, and will the secondary be able to clear?
It's a very scary front seven you guys have. Very, very intimidating front seven you guys have.
That's really what everyone is leaning on. I mean, all hopes for Washington this year rest up there.
It's been yearly, yearly you guys have been very strong up front, and it's just the back end.
If you look at their draft, that's where they focus. And the last 5 first-rounders have been, or aside from Haskins, so they had Montez Sweat last year in the first round. Yeah. They're all defensive line.
Right, it's almost like the Eagles' philosophy, where it's almost been offensive line, defensive line, the last year, except for regular last year. So who is on offense now going to step up outside of McLaurin? Because you guys have Inman, who's always been hurt. You have Sims, who everybody loves him as a sleeper. Gibson. Is Haskins ready to take that step up, or is it about to be Kyle Allen time in a few weeks? Do you think, or get set up for Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields later on next year?
I'm going to try and put some water on the Kyle Allen because I mean, from what we saw in training camp, I mean, a lot of people said all offseason, they brought Kyle Allen in to be the next guy because no one thought Dwayne Haskins would be good. But Allen didn't look spectacular in training camp. I mean, he looked like a backup quarterback, if we're being completely honest. And Haskins looked good. I mean, I blame me for drinking the Haskins Kool-Aid. I watched him the end of last year. He looked pretty good. He's been getting after it this summer. He's looked good in training camp. I think he's going to be a decent, at least mid-level NFL quarterback this year with hopes to be something better in the future. But, I mean, they've got some solid young guys at the skill positions on offense. Hopefully they can do something well, but really the main key is going to be what can Haskins do? Can he get the ball to Terry McLaurin, as you mentioned? Can he really just spread the ball out and let other guys go to work?
You mentioned there, besides having the scary front seven, you guys do have a scary wide receiver in Terry McLaurin, who had over 250 yards against the Eagles last season. How's that? Is that your main key to winning this game? I mean, we have Darius Slay now. He didn't own Darius Slay last season, but he was productive against Slay. So I'm a little worried about that.
We're worried about it too, because one thing that defenses can do is they know who Terry McLaurin is. That's what he had going for him last year, is no one really knew who he was. This third rounder out of Ohio State, he just kind of burst onto the scene. So now the defenses know a bit about who he is, what he can do. They're going to key on him a little bit more. But this is where other receivers can stand up. This is where Sims gets open. This is where Inman gets open. This is where the other rookie, Antonio Gandy Golden, gets open. So we'll see if they can step up, if they can do their job while Terry continues to be Terry. And once again, it all comes back to Haskins. Can he be good enough to get these guys the ball? So we'll see. But there's some high hopes, but I kind of think that Terry won't have the season that he had last year just because of the increased attention.
So you mentioned a prospect that Chris and I were very high on this offseason. So Antonio Gandy Golden, his college tape looks phenomenal. Now you have him beside this speed threat in Terry McLaurin. You do have Steve Sims. I'm not sure if he's a slot receiver, but he's a bit of a threat. He has showed up against the Eagles last season. Do you feel like AGG can actually be that guy for you guys down the stretch with Haskins and?
Yeah, I hope so. But much like the Antonio Gibson answer I gave to you, we don't exactly know yet because they haven't seen him. All the reports from camp know that he's a really good catching receiver. He can go up and get the ball, make some spectacular catches. Hopefully he can step into that role, but it's a big ask for a rookie to be able to be a main component of an offense. I mean, McLaurin was kind of an anomaly last year by having such a big role. Hopefully AGG can do that again, but we'll see.
Now, what's going on with your tight end situation? Is it going to be Logan Thomas? Is he going to be the next Jordan Reed, or is that a fluid situation throughout the whole year? We see all these videos of Chase Young just throwing people to the ground, and ESPN and NFL Network they're retweeting like, oh my God, Chase Young is he's this man, and it's Logan Thomas, and it's you guys. You have an undrafted tackle on there. Is Logan Thomas going to be a legitimate threat at tight end, or do you think that's something that they're going to be targeting throughout the waiver wire, trade deadline, things like that?
Yeah, that video you're talking about was kind of a tough look because we've been getting reports from camp that, oh yeah, Logan Thomas is looking so good, he's going to be the new tight end, and then you see a rookie. I mean, obviously Chase Young really good, but a rookie just kind of throwing him around. It's like, oh, is that really going to be our starting tight end? So at the moment, yes, he's the best that Washington has. We'll see if it's good enough. It's last year they had no one at tight end really. I mean, once Vernon Davis was out, once Jordan Reed was out, they were going to Jeremy Sprinkle, who's still on the roster and still probably going to get some playing time. But yeah, for now, Logan Thomas is the guy. We'll see if he can step up and be at least something, but any production from that position is going to be an improvement.
Now you mentioned Vernon Davis, and we all know the very popular picture of Vernon Davis hurdling over Ronald Darby.
Yeah.
Are you prepared for that to happen to Ronald Darby again? Because I'm ready for Boston Scott to just leap over Ronald Darby and I'm going to troll the hell out of all you Washington fans.
We're just hoping that was more of a thing for Vernon Davis that he can do rather than a thing that happens to Ronald Darby often. So I don't know that happening.
I don't think any Eagles player has ever hurdled anybody.
No.
Like, God knows how long.
Every week last year, I had one tweet that got sent out every single game. Eagles are the most hurdled team in the league. It happened every single week. And I don't hate the hurdle as much as I hate that it led to a touchdown.
Yeah.
The fact that he hurdled Darby, and then Sendejo just decided, he's not going to do anything either. And then old man Vernon Davis just, is like he's going to the end zone. And then fast forward to the end of the season where he's fake crying on whatever thing that there is.
So to feed off the cornerback talk, so we do have a question in the chat. Who wins the matchup, Terry McLaurin or Darius Slay? I did mention that McLaurin did give it to Slay last season, which our boss Liam Jenkins did preach multiple times. So who do you feel wins on your end when it comes to Terry McLaurin versus Darius Slay throughout the whole game?
As much as I want to say Terry McLaurin, I have to give this one to Slay. I mean, you got to give it to the veteran, the history. I mean, he's just been better in the league for longer. That's no knock on Terry. Terry's in his second year. You can't expect him to just be getting the better Hall of Fame players week in and week out. So Slay, I mean, like you said, Slay kind of got the worst end of that matchup last year, but I think he learned from it. And as far as Terry goes, he's been working hard this offseason too. He's been working to get better, working with Odell Beckham. I think he's going to be better as well. But like I said, McLaurin is the guy to stop in the offense. If you can stop him, you're probably going to do pretty well. And if they're putting Slay on him again, I kind of like Slay's matchup there just because he's better. I know he's a year older. As quarterbacks get older, they get less effective. But
don't mention that. You're gonna send Eagles Twitter on a frenzy. Don't mention the age.
I cannot tell you how many tweets and replies I went through that were like, "We got to get Byron Jones because he's younger. He's only like 10 months younger than Slay."
Didn't I?
And I'm like, I'm 31. Slay is just turning 30.
Yeah.
Like if that's old,
Yeah.
what the hell's going on?
Yeah, but he's more cheap than we are.
No,
I'd like to say I'm in shape, but my round is
that's my matchup to watch today. I can't wait to see Slay and McLaurin go at it again because that was so much fun last year watching them.
I can't wait to see Eagles have a nice cornerback for once. I mean,
Hey, what's that like?
Yeah, what is that like?
What's that like? I don't know.
Yeah, you guys haven't suffered just. I've liked Kendall Fuller. You know, when he was first with you, and now he's back.
Yeah.
You know, I really like Kendall Fuller.
Glad to have him back.
Now he's out, but you know.
I mean, we're glad to have Darby at this point. That's where we're
That's
at.
how bad it's been. That's how bad it's been.
So the next comment is for Chris. I'm not the sour one. Thank you, Alex.
Shut the hell up. Yeah.
But Chris, what are you drinking today?
I don't know. What am I drinking? Viral.
We actually have no idea. Byron gave us a picture.
What was that? Yingling? Yingling. Well, so we got Yingling. You know, for the city. For the city.
This is a bodyguard.
We apologize for the chaos, Zach. You know,
No, you're totally fine.
we were supposed to be. We had this set up where we are going to do the draft here, and then COVID just ruined everything.
Did everything.
So we were like, you know what? Let's have the first game of the season here, and let's see how it goes. And it's just as chaotic as we thought it would be. Yeah. So
Barn Philly, yeah, I'm sure that's chaotic.
There you go.
So
just for you.
Zach, we just check your brains. What's the prediction for this game?
My prediction?
Yes.
I think the Eagles are going to win. I think it's going to be closer than people think. I mean, the spread last I checked was 6.5 in the Eagles' favor. I really think Washington covers that spread. I can see, both offenses are banged up a little bit, the Eagles' offense especially, and Washington's going to have to rely on the defense to keep it close. My prediction was 17-13 Eagles. I'm sticking with that. I think Eagles win, but I think it's low scoring. I think Wentz makes enough plays at the end of the game to get it done.
See, I have it 24-17. I think I've been steadfast on it can't be 17-0 like it was against you guys last year.
No.
If it's 17-0, Eagles aren't coming back to win this year. You guys have such way too good of a defensive line, and the Eagles have just such a shitty offensive line right now, to put it lightly. It's going to be bad, but I think halftime's probably going to be a 10-7 game. I think halftime's just going to be 10-7, then we see the chains moving a little bit more for the Eagles, running down that defensive line, getting them real tired. Because I'm not sure if you guys are just like the Eagles, where you rotate your defensive line.
Oh yeah.
So maybe they'll stay a little bit, fresher. Because with the Eagles' defensive line, they just sub in and out like crazy. But I think it's going to come down to fourth quarter. It's going to be 17-17, and then once it makes the touchdown to Boston Scott, so I can beat you in fantasy.
I'm terrified to make a prediction, honestly, because that front seven it's literally no joke. Like, I'm terrified of Ryan Kerrigan. I have nightmares of him since October of 2015.
Not be who you're terrified of.
I know Chase Young,
but Chase Young.
Yeah, no,
but
more nightmares.
But Ryan Kerrigan has been such an Eagles killer throughout his entire career. We saw that, he's played 17 games. We didn't really count last year because he did nothing last year. Sure. So over the 16 games that he did previously, he has 11.5 sacks, 58 tackles, I think like 20 tackles for loss, 6 forced fumbles. So he's just destroyed.
In October of 2016, when they actually had to start Vitae for Lane Johnson, Kerrigan had 2.5 sacks.
So now he's going to be going against Driscoll. So.
Well, and that's how scary the Washington defensive line is that Kerrigan is now the bottom rung on that depth chart.
Yeah.
I would never disappoint him by saying he's the worst player on that defensive line, but he's the oldest and probably doesn't have the highest ceiling anymore. So yeah, they're for real.
Sorry, someone's asking us questions.
No,
yeah, but it's
You muted.
I am muted. You're right. So I was saying, it is scary how Ryan Kerrigan, the legend, he was up here, now he's down here, but he's still going to terrorize the hell out of it.
Exactly. He's still a Hall of Famer.
So what do you think? Like, we've been saying, who were we scared of on your guys? Who we're looking for? What do you think? Not the Redskins. Sorry.
Correct.
Who do you think the Washington team is scared of on the Eagles side, even though they have a terrible offensive line? Who do you think they're watching out for? Because Jalen Reagor he's ready to go today, even though he had that small labor tear a few weeks ago.
So 2 answers for you: one on offense, one on defense. Offense, obviously, you've got one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. And we've seen quarterbacks just pick apart Washington's secondary in the years past. So if you give him any type of time to go to work in the pocket, he's just going to pick that secondary apart, no matter who's back there. I mean, Landon Collins is great, but he's not going to be able to stop Wentz by himself. So obviously, just the key there is just get pressure, trying to force him into bad decisions. On defense, that defensive line, I just look at Fletcher Cox. I mean, Washington's offense is not great either. If the Eagles can get some disruption in there, kind of stop the run game, get Haskins, a young quarterback, into some pressure situations and force him to try and make a play instead of letting the game come to him, that could be a recipe for disaster for Washington.
I think you were going to go. I'm surprised you didn't say Deshaun Jackson, because Brian pointed out before you came on, Deshaun Jackson undefeated against his rivalry teams, his former teams. So you saw him last year, first game of the season.
You mentioned that age factor earlier too. I don't know.
He did say a few weeks ago that his abdomen surgery, he said it's like putting new wheels on a new Ferrari. Like he's ready to go for another 5 years. I think he said. I don't think he's good with the Eagles after this year, but I think I hope next year he goes to an AFC team, so he doesn't have to face us anymore.
Get him out.
Just get him out of the damn division.
Yeah, let him go.
Out of the conference, so we don't have to see him anymore.
We appreciate that too.
But I think it's gonna be the Jalen Reagor and Boston Scott show.
I started Boston Scott in my other league.
No, I hope it's Boston Scott, just because so I can beat you down. Like Brian and I are facing each other in fantasy this weekend. So I'm starting Wentz. I'm starting Wentz, and I'm starting with Scott. He has a couple. He took Miles Sanders from me, but you see how that worked for him already.
The Boston can have a big game.
I feel like he has to, because with your defensive line, how quick you guys are going to get in the backfield. Boston Scott's going to have to do something like split out wide, get him thinking dunks, screen games to him, because you're not going to be able to see him through 5'6". Chase Young's going to be looking like this, and Boston Scott's going to be ducking underneath him.
Yeah,
but I think Boston Scott's good for 7 or 8 catches today.
I think I'd say the same.
That gives me at least 10 points.
Whatever. So I have a very odd question.
I do have him as the first Eagles touchdown for the year.
Whatever. So obviously you guys don't have an actual team name. There's a lot of options out there. You guys actually don't have an official team name. There's a lot of options out there. Did you prefer one over the other? What was your option that you hope that the team would name themselves?
I'm going for the Red Wolves. I don't know if you've seen all of the word online. I mean, the fans are pushing that hard. Red Wolves, I think there's a lot of good reasons for it. Actually, before we hopped on, an article dropped on the Wall Street Journal that Dan Snyder is considering keeping the Washington football team as the name permanently.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Listen, mute yourself because I'm echoing. I'm a PE teacher on my full-time job. when I hear Washington football team, it just reminds me of a flag football game of a team that just like we don't know what to call ourselves. Like if you watch The Office, and in The Office when they do the beach, when they go to the Michael Scott brings them to the leadership whatever to find out who's his new manager, and Stanley's like, I'm the blue team, and he's like, I'm the red team, It's like that. It's like, so how the hell are you gonna be like, we're going to continue the Redskins tradition and be like, you know what? We're just a Washington football team.
Well, and my biggest problem is, you know how long it takes to type out Washington football team in every article that I write? It's like, just make something shorter.
In my season preview, I put in Washington football team, and I put from now on I'm just saying WFT. Like if you see WFT, it's the Washington.
Yeah, I just say Washington.
I sometimes write WTF, and it kind of.
Does it autocorrect WTF?
What?
Does it autocorrect to WTF?
It should.
It autocorrects W2F because I usually say that a lot. So whenever my wife says something to me, I'm like, what the But listen, Zach, we're gonna let you go. If anybody else in the comments has anything for Zach, let us know. We really appreciate you jumping on. It's unfortunate. We're happy you're safe. First of all, we're very happy you're safe. It's no problem at all that you had to go. It's life over everything. We hope that everything's calmed down over there in Oregon.
You look outside and it looks still like the apocalypse, but that's 2023. So I guess that comes.
I mean, it's a theme of 2020. I mean, if you saw, I don't know if you saw the picture of San Francisco, where there was a phenomenon in the sky. It made the whole city orange.
That's how it is out here too.
Wow, that's extremely wild.
Have you ever seen the Paramount Pictures logo? Like how it's orange and it starts. That's how it looks like. You look at the pictures.
That's what it looks like outside my window right now.
Very unfortunate, man. But we're glad that you're safe, man. And we thank you for coming on, man. And we'll see you for next game.
Yeah, we'll see you week 17 when the Eagles are wrapping up a bye. And they're starting Jalen Hurts against Kyle Allen.
We'll see what draft pick we have by then.
It's gonna be Jaguars and Washington fighting for the first round for the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And the Eagles are gonna.
Trevor Lawrence. There you go. Just kidding. I love Dwayne Haskins. I think Dwayne Haskins should be the quarterback. I was tripping.
It's like you're just like me. I was on the Sidney Jones train since he was drafted because he was a top 10 pick before he got hurt, and then he gets hurt. I'm like, all right, redshirt year, great, that's awesome. I don't care. Like what the Cowboys did with Jalen Smith, I'm like, all right, do it with Sidney Jones, great. We could finally have a corner, and then my dreams were shattered when he was cut. And I'm like, damn it.
That's tough.
And Rasul Douglas. We were only pissed because in June we had the guy whose name he's the footwork king. He's the footwork. He was the footwork coach for Darius Slade, Logan Ryan, Odell, Le'Veon Bell. He works with their footwork. So he was working with Rasul Douglas. He was working with Jannard Avery. And we're like, all right, it's great. If the Slade's coach is working with Rasul, fantastic, and then he gets cut, and then Avery gets hurt. It's just been
It's a tough spot.
It is. I hate being wrong. It doesn't happen.
We're the most team in the league.
Where's Chip Kelly's smoothies when you need them?
I don't know, man. Hats off to Sports Giant.
Yeah, but again, we appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Can't wait to have you on again. Thank you for your insight, and we look forward to you guys being 0-1.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Thanks,
All right, guys. So, almost 10 minutes into the game. We'll take the questions. Alex asked, do we even know what to expect from Herbig? Anyone remember his play in preseason? If I'm not mistaken, Herbig was the center when they were checking him out.
Yeah, he was practicing more at center. So now that he's guard, listen, I'm not as worried of the guard position because you have now I'm going to contradict myself right now. I was about to say I'm not too worried about the guard position because you have Kelsey on one side and Lane Johnson other. But you don't have Lane Johnson on the other side, so sorry about that. But still, I think Jack Driscoll will perform better than people think. So you have I'm not going to say very good, a good right tackle in Driscoll, an elite center in Kelsey, probably the best center of the game. And you probably hide a little bit better because Sayamano was good. Sayamano could hold his own. I like Sayamano. So maybe Kelsey does a little bit more double teams with Herbig. But it's still a little scary. We hope, Jason Peters, as much as we clown him for, false starts and leaving him, he looks like he's in one of the best shape of his entire life. Like all the videos that I saw of him, working out and practicing, he looks like he's been in great shape. I think he's going to turn back the clock today, and he's going to keep Chase Young at bay. But the other rights I remember, Ryan Kerrigan. Someone commented on our podcast last week. Ryan Kerrigan's all his sacks was coverage sacks against Lane Johnson. Lane Johnson owns them. Well, Lane Johnson's not here anymore today, so it's going to be Jack Driscoll versus him. So that's the one we really have to worry about. I think Chase Young will be held at bay for the most part. Maybe he has a sack today, but I don't think he's going to be as productive as people want to say he is.
Yeah, I think about the rookie butterfly. Another question coming from Turbo Tastic. Do you think they are going to give the bulk of the carries to Boston Scott or split it between Corey Clement? I have a gut feeling that Corey Clement.
I think Clement's going to be the goal line back.
I think so.
I think Scott is going to be the first, second down back. I think maybe Clement's going to be a third down back. Goal line carries. Because Scott, I think, gives more to the offense than Clement does. Because Scott can split out wide. He's a good catcher. Last year towards the end of the season, only 4 running backs, at the last 4 games of the season, averaged at least 3 catches per game and 4 rushes a game. And that was Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, Melvin Gordon, and Christian McCaffrey. Only 4 running backs in the last 4 games did that. It may not say much because it's only 3 catches and 4 rushes, but only 4 running backs were being used that much. That if you're averaging 4 and 3, that's at least 7 touches. It's not and then you get more than that. So he was trusted. And this game, Wentz is going to need the guys that he trusts and like he trusted. You have Scott who performed well last year. You have Ward who performed very well last year. So I think it's going to be the Boston Scott show the first 2 games. But since Clement's a little bigger, he's probably going to be the goal line back.
I completely agree. I feel like this might be a coming of age kind of game for Clement just because of the injuries. He's coming back. He was their undrafted rookie that they loved and adored. Showed up in the Super Bowl 100 yards. I think it's extremely necessary that Clement gets the ball majority of the time as well. So I'll let Chris take over as I handle a little technical difficulties.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Sorry, guys. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. So, you know what we're gonna do? Just so here's everybody. So here's what's going on over there. Brian's right next to me. Yeah, what's going on out there? Good. Now I can hear. Now you can hear me? Brian's messing me up. Sorry, guys. Hey, bartender. All
right, guys. We're almost close to game time. 5 minutes away. How about sending in predictions? Who do you guys feel like will win the game? Also, key players of the game and what the end score is going to look like. Shout out to Viro, who's not only the bodyguard, but the bartender today. All the above.
Listen, hey, if you're not following him on Twitter, it's MSTRY001. MSTRY001. he likes to comment on people's on his tweets, trying to calm him down and everything. But, how you doing? Hey, Sean, how are you? Thank you for having us. Thank you. No, we had it right here. We'll take it down if people need the chairs, but we thank you so much.
Again, we're live from Mulligan, New Jersey. If you're just tuning in, make sure you subscribe to PSN Radio, where you can find every single Philly Sports Network podcast, from the Flyers, Phillies, even gambling, betting as well. And every Eagles podcast, Outsider, Insider, and Flippin' Birds will be on there, as well as Birds and Focus. So we're gearing up right now. Showing Chase Young, still intimidating me with his front seven.
He looks like he was taking a dump. He was like, look at the Ejax eyes. He's ready for a 50-yard touchdown and then the IR.
You see the menu? I'm order some food. I'm hungry.
I'm hungry too.
Again, guys, we're all left from Mulligan, so we'll be,
I gotta eat
all game long. Yeah,
I just hit my funny bone. Oh shit!
Again, thank you for tuning in with us today. And
We got a cheesesteak, right?
Huh?
Yeah, a cheesesteak. We gotta have a cheesesteak.
Again, send over your predictions, comments, questions, whatever case can be. We'll be here all game long. So you're really feeling like it's going to be a close game.
Yeah, 24-17.
24-17. What's your key to the game? What the Eagles have to do in order to win, besides offensive line? You talked about that so much.
Contain Antonio Gibson. I think
Eagles have never really had a bad run defense, unless
No, it's not a run defense. It's an everything defense. And Antonio Gibson can run. He can. Oh, I almost spoke up here. He can run. He can catch. The Eagles has had difficulties against running backs who can do both. They've had difficulties against quarterbacks who do both. Haskins is not much of a runner, but Antonio Gibson can do everything. Chris Thompson killed the Eagles time after.
Yes, absolutely.
Antonio Gibson can do the same. I think.
Here's a reminder, say you find this is your fantasy lineup because Miles Sanders is out. Boston's bad. That's just like Chris did. It's going from Steve, but it's okay.
Okay, so you're the guy who could. Well, I was just about to say something.
You're saying the key to the game for the Eagles and
I already said Antonio Gibson. I was going to say something else.
So my key to the game is Jalen Reagor. I think the Eagles have to screen pass. I mean, Wick may not have enough time to get the deep bombs on. But the moment a Reagor bomb happens, I think.
Oh, Twitter is going to fucking erupt. I'll tell you, if Reagor goes off today and Justin Jefferson does nothing, Twitter's going to explode.
What about with CeeDee Lamb going off?
Who cares about CeeDee Lamb, man? No, CeeDee Lamb, I get it. He was drafted by Cowboys, but that was before. That was before us. But before, when the Eagles came up at 21, it was Reagor or J-Jets. And the Eagles took Reagor. People, no, why did you take Jefferson off? But if today, I was shocked too. I was shocked too. But I love Reagor. I love both. I thought the pick was going to be Jefferson. I did. After I interviewed, if no one out there knows, I interviewed Jefferson's wide receiver coach from LSU back in April, and he convinced me Jefferson was the pick. He's like everything about this guy. His hands, he can play outside, he can play slide, he can do everything. But then you see the videos of Jalen Reagor now in training camp.
Jalen Reagor can do everything.
You see Jalen Reagor jogging, and all of a sudden, boom, he's gone. And you see Justin Jefferson not really having that much success. I love Jalen Reagor. I love that he was the pick. I honestly think if we had Jefferson, Ward wouldn't have a spot, and it would still be really looking for the outside threat.
Yeah,
because Reagor is an outside guy.
We would have handicapped to a certain degree. Shout out to Joey Fighter, who's a regular follower of PSN. The Discord, the stream is on the Discord. We'll be streaming only on YouTube and our Twitter channels.
Yeah, Jordy, you guys are on YouTube. You can find us on Twitter too. We're streaming live on Twitter. we see all of your comments. We see everything right now. So you guys are here. We appreciate you. You guys are our cheerleaders, so to speak. Our groupies.
Groupies. I wouldn't go that far. But guys, it's anytime. 1 o'clock.
It's 1:05. Not 1 o'clock.
Okay, I don't know what's 1:05. Eagle season has officially started. One thing I really has
I'm not paying attention to you right now. Hold on.
No, you got to pay attention.
I'm typing.
Well, you can multitask. I mean, let's go put a
I can't
podcast.
multitask. I suck at multitasking.
Okay. So I was so big concern of mine is when first one 28 fumbles. That's really concern. Like you have to get the ball out quick. So you got to think that's the whole point of having Rager and Jackson around now.
Well, I hope his new dad strength and his new dad bod helped him learn how to.
He has a finger muscle now.
He can protect the football a little better. I don't.
That's not really concerned. Once we're on for too long, like that's gonna be such a big problem for the Eagles.
But that was the thing last year. Like last year, I don't think he'll be holding the ball too long today because he has players who can get separation. Now that they have separation, he can get it out. Last year, he's dropping back and he's like, "Who's open? Who's open? Who's open?" And then all of a sudden, sack, fumble. Now he can get the ball out a little quicker. But
there it is. There's number one wide receiver, Good Ward. I'm ready for it.
I'm kind of pissed. I love Brian Dawkins. I'm kind of pissed I didn't wear my Greg Ward jersey.
Yeah, I can't wear a jersey outside of my house.
I need that mask.
All right, guys. So if you're just tuning in now, this is our live talking for the Eagles Washington football. I hate calling the Washington football team, but the Washington football team. Ron Rivera versus Doug Peterson. All pupils of Andy B. There's Ron Darby in the background. An empty stadium. So the Eagles are kicking off, which means they'll be returning at halftime, and Steve Sims is such a return to kickoff. I think Steve Sims might be a little bit of an X factor in this game.
That's what I keep saying. Like on our pod, I was like, "Who's Steve Sims?" But the more I look at it, I mean, he looks like he's ready to show out.
He's quick, man. He's very quick. And he
first kick up is a touchdown. No, Washington football team.
It's so weird.
Like how, if you're Dan Snyder, how do you look at that? Like, yeah, let's do that for the rest of us.
I think he doesn't want to pay for the rights for the other names. I think all the other names are trademarked by the realtor.
All right, ready for Darius Slay pick six right here.
Slay is on top of the screen right now.
Is that Antonio Gibson? Or is that McKissick? Might be McKissick.
So the Eagles did elevate T.Y. McGill and Sua Opeta just to add some depth to the defensive tackle and also to the offensive line. Javon Hargrave will not be making his debut this time around due to a pectoral injury. McKissick is in the backfield for the Redskins.
Like the first rush is Antonio Gibson. See, I wasn't lying about how good Antonio Gibson is.
There it is. Brandon Graham. Lost.
Duke Riley got the start in linebacker. He's out there. He's out there. He's right there. Number 50. He's playing some linebacker out there. He's inactive. But Davion Taylor is Ooh! Malik Jackson.
Eagles defensive line showing up big time.
Because Malik Jackson's 2019 year lasted 30-something snaps, so he's ready. He's back.
Eagles have Trayvon LeBlanc out there.
Just wait until Javon Hargrave comes back. Like that defensive line, whew.
Be phenomenal. We're gonna actually see the Eagles offense for the first time this season. I'm kind of nervous right now. Not gonna lie. Oh! That's good. Gregor. Butterflies.
Craig James, the captain, is there to wrap it up. Gregor's a little nervous. It was his first NFL game. He's a little nervous.
He actually watched the training camp videos. He mentioned it as well.
He's nervous. He get that out.
Boston Scott, starting running back.
All right, I'm ready for my fantasy team.
My fantasy's been ready. I did that like 8 o'clock this morning.
Boston Scott is there.
Carson Wentz is 5-0 against the Washington football team since 2017.
Yeah, he lost to them his rookie year, and then ever since then he was like, nah.
Here we go.
There you go. There's Goddard. There's the future tight end of the future.
I get sad when you say that.
Oh, Goddard shut me up when I said you might not see him as much of a receiver today.
But Goddard is so much more dynamic than Hurts. That's what really tough about it, man. Another throw play. Is it going long?
And there's D-Jax.
Here we go.
What a great start. Great start.
Guys, just tuning in now. This is a live watching along with Flipping the Birds. I'm Bryan and Chris. And if you can, please subscribe to PSN Radio on all platforms for our podcasting, Apple, Spotify, Google, or if you're playing on YouTube, definitely subscribe to our YouTube channel. Become part of the family. Nice.
82.
There's Scott. There we go. Nice. Okay.
Boston Scott, shake and bake. A little bit of shake and bake.
Eagles are unlimited and active.
Look at that list. Look at that list. Like the thing almost takes up the whole screen, and it's almost all Eagles. Shot of bleach.
All right, Hightower's in the game again.
Jackson's in the slot. Hightower's out wide. Clement's in the game now. Oh! Houdini Wentz. Well, the offensive line held up for 3 plays.
Clement was it? Okay.
A little blitz.
I think Clement was that
a little bit of a blitz. What? Who? Oh, you missed a lot. Look where they're at.
All right, so let's see. Outside. Waiting for Rico to show up.
Boston, I'm ready. Boston Scott touchdown. I'm ready. He's not in.
I think that's Rico.
He's not in. Oh. Yeah, D-Jax got him. D-Jax got him. Chase Young, yeah, a rookie mistake, little shithead. He's a little shithead. He just pulled a Jason Peters. What? Oh shit! I'm
Shout out to Viral again. All right, so Rager's in. Hey, brother.
So far, Jack Driscoll's been holding Chase Young.
I like it. Oh, there's Whiteside. Here we go.
Timeout. First timeout of the year.
You got me too excited for no damn reason, man. It's like my childhood.
All right, at this timeout, I'm going to go put it in order.
I think I'm going to keep it safe, and I want a mozzarella stick.
Gracias, senor.
The combo is good.
Well, the chicken wings, sweet chili. All right, guys. So if you're just tuning in now, again, it's live watch along with Flipping the Bird. We'll be joined by other PSN writers throughout the game. We are live from Mulligan's in Hoboken, New Jersey. You hear the noise in the background. That is why, of course. So white side on the bottom of the screen, we have Ward. We have Ray on top of the screen. No D-Jacks. Dallas Goddard showing up. Sweet chili wings.
That's Gordon.
Dallas Goddard showing up in a time where Zach Ertz is hoping for his
after practices of Ertz and Howie just yelling at each other. The play calls up into Ertz. I mean to Goddard. Sorry.
Well, Ertz has not been in the game.
All right, Boston Scott first touchdown in the year. Here we go.
We got Ertz and Goddard in the game. Here we go.
Boston Scott.
RPO. Touchdown.
Touchdown. Zach Ertz. Touchdown. Zach Ertz. Pay that man. Pay that man.
Show me the money.
TE2. TE2.
So just tuning in, Eagles are up now by one touchdown thanks to Zach Ertz, the man who's looking for a nice payday and deserves it. Wide open. Look at that. You can't question his route run, and he runs into Ronald Darby, of course, at the end. Darby doing what he always does and getting hit. Eagles looking good on the offensive side. Defensive line not making much of a noise on the football team side. It's so weird to say still. And Jake Elliott with a very tight extra point. Eagles are up by 7-0. My fantasy teams are looking at that. I scored a couple points into that.
And then you got me.
I want to talk about your fantasy team. I know I'm facing you in the other league.
So right now I'm up 31.34 to your 21.1.
Did I lose you last season?
Yes.
To open the season? I did. Okay. Yeah. So I'm pretty much the Washington football team in this regard.
Wentz gave me 8 points so far.
I have Aaron Rodgers in the league driving with PSN because this guy grabbed the points. Ruined my mojo.
I didn't draft Ertz. I didn't draft Ertz. Wentz, yeah, I drafted Wentz.
What round did you draft him?
I think 4th or 5th round.
Like the third, man.
I'll tell you right now. Hold on. Wentz was the 4th round. 4th round.
4th round? Real early. You're trying to make sure nobody took him.
I had the 3rd pick. I took Edwards Hilaire. I think he's going to be great.
Somebody called me crazy for drafting second, 3rd round.
Edwards Hilaire? Yeah.
Had an offer for 50 rounds.
Yeah.
I don't trust
Yes, Isaac, you're absolutely right. We looked like outstanding on that drive. It was very quick. Just that one QB pressure that was a little concerning, but let's got it off so to avoid a sack. It was great.
Isaac, you are right. We looked at outstanding that we have. We did.
I'm gonna keep it up there for now. It's gonna be our good luck charm right now. Isaac saying we look outstanding on that drive. Daddy saying fly Eagles fly with the nice Jason Kelsey icon. Shout out to all you guys for following us right now, supporting PSN, Flipping the Birds. We truly, truly appreciate you. Six plays, 62 yards, and under 3 minutes. Zach Ertz showing up, even though he's kind of pissed off at Howie. Yes, we did. Driscoll looked really good against Chase Young. I got told Chris in the pregame. I think Jack Driscoll actually has a starting spot on this roster going forward. Who? Sean? The line.
He was seeing copies in the medical staff.
So D-Jax is in the medical tent.
He was in the on the
Wait,
field.
D-Jax in the tent?
He was not on the field for the last 3 plays.
Shout out to Liam Jenkins, who's actually controlling the PSN Network live tweets. We're giving him a day off, but I'm pretty sure he will make an appearance at some point during this watch along. As Haskins rolls to the right and is caught by McLaurin, was covered by Roby Coleman. If we're healthy, so Blood saying if we stay healthy, I see it starting 3-0 for sure. I can see that. We have the football team, Rams, and who's our third week? The Bengals?
Dude, Riley on McKissick from Calvert.
Turn your head around.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my webcam. I can see myself freezing in. I can see myself freezing in Chris's screen. Not too sure what's going on with that, but I would definitely find a way to invest in something going forward. But I'm glad you guys can hear me well. Huh? That sounds good to me.
Oh, come on, tackle.
I will say, I really like Washington. I will say, I like Washington's uniform.
It's cozy.
I really like the uniform.
I like the color of it. I mean, it's always been the same color, but I always like the color.
That DP Barber song.
Barber's wife. If you get 2 3-and-outs here to start, that's
phenomenal. Haskins is 1 for 3, only 16 yards. They're going running.
That's a 3-and-out to start. 2 consecutive 3-and-outs. That's
Went up once again.
we are not used to that. We're not used to that.
Again, we're live from Mulligan's in Hoboken, New Jersey. If you can look behind me, you'll see the Eagles on every single screen in this bar. So it's definitely the biggest club in the biggest Eagles club in New Jersey. Red Ward receiving this one now. Jalen Rager is not.
Jalen Rager needs to, get some film on how to.
Doug Peterson not playing any type of games.
Next way. Oh, come on.
That's great.
Sorry, we're just ready for a 96-yard touchdown pass to Rager. That's all right. We're good. Straight.
So it's a concern. D-Jax was in the medical tent, according to Viral.
I did see on Twitter that people were saying, is the song straight? Because they saw that he was being looked at.
Yeah, it can't go for the rest of the game. It's Hightower, Rager, and Whiteside. Which a lot of us in PSN actually predicted Whiteside is going to show up this season. He's going to have that, I'm your daddy.
We haven't seen it yet. He hasn't played yet.
I know. He was in one snap. One snap he was in.
I haven't seen his feet on the season yet. You know what we haven't been paying attention to? What's Darby doing?
Darby got smacked by Earth in the touchdown.
That was him?
Never heard of it.
Oh, yeah. That was hot. Sorry, guys, if I'm in and out on the quality. So far, the Eagles' offense, that one drive looked pretty good. The big plays, I think 62 yards, under 3 minutes, Sacker touchdown. First, looking at Howie after he made a touchdown saying, "Pay me, please." Actually, pay me now. No more, please. Can the Eagles really go on with this drama throughout the season? Like,
Can you say that again? Because I'm not really paying attention.
Oh, yeah, you know. Can the Eagles really go
At
on?
least at least people see that what happens on the pod actually happens in real life too. Like we're not just.
Anyways, can the Eagles really go on the season with the drama on the back end? With Sacker and the contract, he deserving the contract extension. Can they really just ignore that this season? I mean, it's not something that, it's not like he doesn't deserve it. It's not Ronald Darby.
Last year, they kind of held that off with the whole Scandrick situation, the whole anonymous comments and shit. You know, they kind of held that off. Zach Ertz, he's a team player. Like he's a team. He wants to get paid, no doubt. He wants to win. Like he's won a Super Bowl already. He definitely wants more. Like yeah. And now he's out. Greg Ward.
There's Deshaun Jackson on the sideline.
Jackson's on the bench. Yeah, you missed it. Yeah, it went right through his arm.
Let's see what we're going to do now. Eagles all the way back into their own end zone. Tight end run.
It was almost an interception because of Dallas Goddard. Cut Goddard. Pay Ertz. Pay Ertz.
Goddard.
I got the other sweet chili. I got the other. That's mine, yeah.
All right, so Corey Clement gets the ball.
So my bartender and my waiter, man.
The Wi-Fi is not so stable. We are live from Mulligan's in Hoboken, New Jersey, so we are using the bar's Wi-Fi. Corey Clement, first rush, 3 yards. No running back in the backfield right now. 2nd and 7. E. Jackson is on the field. There we go. Is that a flag? Nice.
Undisciplined, Jack Del Rio.
Sorry, guys. You're about to experience me crispy some wings.
Well, watch me devour these wings. Cost me nothing. So Chase Young and Montez Sweat showing off their discipline.
Which is bad because that means Ryan Kerr is coming in soon. I have 12 personnel. Goddard and Ertz lined up next to each other. Deshaun Jackson on top of the screen. Let's see. There we go.
It has been the tight end show today. Deshaun Jackson has 1 catch. Everything else has been Ertz and Goddard.
It's a disappointment we see no bombs.
Maybe they're setting it up for another bomb.
looks like he's good. I mean, that hit on the top of the thing, it's good.
Huntley, Jason Huntley, the new Eagles running back. Rookie, 5th round.
The Eagles are really showing that they're missing Miles Sanders right now. Very heavily. I mean, running backs haven't been pretty much. Or they been getting the ball much. Dalvin Cook. But it's time for the Vikings. Across all your fantasy guys and guys out.
Oh, there's a flag. Hold on. Personal foul on the Redskins. Landon Collins.
Redskins showing a lot of discipline. Shout out to Mulligans for these amazing sweet chili.
Really good. Landon Collins just driving Huntley into the ground. I mean, I hate defending the guy, but what is he supposed to do in that situation?
Collins changed his number?
He's 26.
26? All personnel. Here we go.
Ryan Kerrigan, the first sack of the Washington season is Ryan Kerrigan. We told you. We told you. Ryan Kerrigan is going to be a wrecker. There was a missed assignment there. Missed assignment.
That's what you want to see. He was cleared off hot.
Kerrigan is 1 sack away from being the Washington franchise's all-time sack leader.
Whiteside in the game.
Oh, change all season.
What are you doing?
That was a shit show.
Is Amir just because he gave up?
That was a shit show.
Oh no, that was God that actually that gave up.
People are all over Twitter saying, "Is Deshaun hurt?"
Wait, do it again.
Right now, just.
And 10? Okay, so we got Rager.
Deshaun's not in. What's going on here?
Oh Lord.
There's the deep ball. To Rager ball! Rager ball! There it is!
So we got a Rager bomb.
Fucking go!
55-yard Rager bomb. Look at that. Against Darby.
Darby! Bye-bye. we know that face all too well.
Look at the track.
Let's talk about Big for a second. He's not supposed to show up in this game at all. There's a short turn is there's Schroeder and there's
Austin Scott, there we go.
You have a close short to him that told you that he was actually going to be playing this game. I'm talking to you. I know you can't look at that.
Yes, I have a source that I was talking to a source that said legitimately he's Iron Man. He heals really quickly. He always has, and we see that here. It's great.
It was beautiful to see that 55-yard bomb.
Hightower's first catch is a quick screen and nothing.
So went to 6 for 8, 140 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 sack. A couple times it's gotten to him though, pressing him to make the move quickly. Sean Jackson is back in the game. Corey Clement as well.
Ron Rivera, I should have given the defensive permissions to Del Rio. Give me another napkin. Give me a few. You fucking hoarding the napkins over there. Oh, a fumble. Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you.
So Wentz, again with the fumble issue. I mean, I'm trying to make the play, we get that, but the fumbling has to.
I mean, I know he has to protect it a little bit better, but that offensive line just crumbled. The Chase Young with the forced fumble.
So the running game is not doing nothing right now, pretty much. Scott got a little bit of a game. Clement got a little bit of a game, but nothing sure of, where they can actually keep defense honest right now.
Don't say that shit.
What do you say?
He says he's gonna miss this.
I do have to clear for fantasy league. And guys, we're putting this on the live watch along of Eagles versus the football team. We're flipping the birds. I'm Bryan and Chris Fonte. Make sure you subscribe to Philly Sports Network on YouTube and PSN Radio on all podcast platforms. That's where we will be moving to in the next few weeks. I myself am going to move to downstairs and use the bathroom. So this will be the Fonte show.
Thank you to all of you tuning in to watch me eat my wings. We gotta kick this guy out. He's sneaking out. What? You talking shit?
I'm doing that today.
All right, honey, boo, Buscemi. Don't say that shit. He's not with that.
Did all the TV stay on there?
All right, let me get back to you guys. Oh, I can't. Oh, yeah, Graham, listen. It's healthy right now. No, it's not. I'm super excited. I know Johnson's out. Brooks, listen, Driscoll's holding his own. Driscoll's kicking Chase Young's ass for the most part. We'll see if that continues. But for what it's been right now, we couldn't have asked for a better start to what's his first few drives of the season. We can't. We don't. Dwayne Haskins is having zero time back there. Zero. Brian's back from taking a leak.
Did I miss anything good? Nothing? So somebody put that they think Mark was limping. Is that factual or? Oh, and Maddox.
I already told him to stop that.
Was Wick limping? And our line does need to get healthy. Too much pressure on Clark too much right now. And Chris for your fantasy guys. Score the touchdown right now. And we're live from Mulligan's Pub in Hoboken, New Jersey, the #1 Eagles Club in New Jersey. We're live watching the football team versus the Philadelphia
Wow,
Eagles.
breaks that up. Another 3 and out. We are not used to that.
The defense showing up today. I like this. That's an interesting chicken wing I got. Like a dumpling. Like a dumpling. This is a chicken wing. I need to do it.
They probably went down the road. Rager back there.
Whoever fucks up.
So far, the defense is looking phenomenal. Secondary's looking good. Defensive line looking good. The only concern right now is DJ's in and out of the game.
He told us to get our popcorn ready. So was the popcorn for when he goes back to the middle?
I started him in fantasy, so I'm expecting a lot of popcorn.
His days are numbered. You cannot say nothing this week. Let's see what the team outside is.
I think I'm chewing on a bone too. Just tuning in to the Birds. I'm Bryan Cammy. The content you can track CSM Radio on all audio platforms. For YouTube, try Philly Sports Network. You hear all.
That's my turn to go to the bathroom.
Live watch on football team versus Philadelphia Eagles. Still weird to call them a football team. So if you're feeling right now, of course, 10-0 defense for the Eagles has held up throughout the game so far. The concern right now is the offensive line. The blocks are not there. A lot of pressure on Carson Wentz, so the Eagles may have to switch up the game plan and start getting the ball out of Wentz's hand a little early on. Out of the game, Rager has been out. He called a 55-yard bomb. We're waiting for the rest of the offense to show up. The running game has definitely taken a hit without Miles Sanders. Boston Scott and Corey Clement haven't had that initial burst of the game so far. I'm live, so whatever questions, comments you guys have, I'm here to talk. We're here to have fun. Enjoy the game. Here we go. 7 for 9 on 12 yards, 1 touchdown so far. No interceptions.
Yes, sir.
Rager and Artega Whiteside on the white out. So coming. Ward as well, yeah. And Zach Ertz. Here we go. Ward taking down on the screen pass. No gain. And this Washington football team, front seven, it definitely wants to not take lightly. Are they going to motion? Scott with the ball.
Imagine not having Miles Sanders.
That's right. Just keep feeding Boston Scott the ball so I can,
Definitely missing Miles Sanders though.
You only have
No, 3. Huntley. Yeah. They just picked up.
We got Goddard, Hurts, Ward, and Lager. You know what the lead has. 38. Eagles were prolific on third down last season in the past couple seasons. So far they struggled. Wentz rolling out.
Nice catch by Ward. Nice catch.
Greg Ward, who came out last season from the pass practice squad, just lit the Eagles on fire. Put that game-winning pass against the Redskins to help lead the Eagles to a division title.
Jason Peters is holding his own again.
It is, but right side is not looking as formidable as we need it to be. And we're going to a commercial break again.
No, end of the first quarter.
Oh, okay.
Wait, bro.
Huh?
Wait.
Go to wait.
What I order from you?
He's stupid. I was a Giants fan, unfortunately.
It's live. The people are looking at you right
Giants, baby.
Oh.
Apparently the Jets aren't doing so good, which isn't surprising. But so since we are at the end of the first quarter, let's try to give you an update what's going around the league. Bills are up 7-0 on the Jets. Ravens are up 10-6 on the Browns. Colts are up 7-0 on the Jags. Bears and Lions are tied at 3. We got audience out here. Vikings are up 7-3 on the Packers. Seahawks up 14-3 on the Falcons. Panthers are up 9-7 on the Raiders. Basketball news. Clippers are up 27-18 on the Nuggets. Clippers can win their series if they win today.
Again, if you're just tuning in now, it's live Watchalong of Philadelphia Eagles versus the Washington football team. We're flipping the birds. I'm Bryan Cameron. He's Chris Ponce. We'll be joined later on by several PSN writers and maybe a special guest that Chris has up his sleeve, which is one of my favorite guests that we've had on.
We'll see if he decides to come on. He told me he would.
Subscribe to PSN Radio. Subscribe to on YouTube.
I think you jinxed them, viral.
We're live from Mulligan's Pub in Hoboken, New Jersey, the biggest Eagles club in New Jersey.
You could have sat outside.
He's stretching. What the? That's Jalen Hurts and just the regular gear.
Who is not
Like, if Deshaun's hurt already,
he was going with 3 tight ends, 1 wide out, most likely a run. Run right up the middle, and you can tell that Billy missing Miles Sanders right now. Washington football team moving Chase Young around, who got through Jason Peters and tight end that tackle. And he's going for another play action. Here we go. Montez Sweat. 4 sacks. 4 sacks already.
it's gonna be a rough game.
Look at this. And that's kind of like Ricky Rogers. Gotta toss that. Let it go, man. Rogers, actually. Well, they're going out wide. Here we go. Let it rip. Oh, screen pass. Come on.
That's some points for me.
Oh, stop it.
Just a little fantasy update. OBJ has given me 0 points right now.
I don't know my best league.
0 points. Ruggs has given me 5.9. Ridley has given me 5.3. Waller's given me 6.9. Nice. OBJ, man.
So my question:
Calvin Ridley's going off for me right now.
are the Eagles being too conservative on offense? Like days ago? What's sacks for the Washington football team so far? Keeping their offense in this game. It's oddly freaking well. Hold on.
What? Oh, viewers? Oh, we got right now just 10. We're trying. It's all right. Yeah, it's, you know.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. Got to take a break.
You learn, you gotta make sure you, that's what I do every we can't just go on there, you gotta.
Share that picture, man.
This is a spotlight picture. The guy messed up. You got to do
I'll drink beer.
so,
To an extent. I like my craft beer. Today is an exception.
another one, you ready for
All
another
right, so we're back from commercial break.
I know he's like, hell yeah, bring it in.
I got the cash from me just this. All right, so Washington back on offense.
Can they go 4 3-and-outs in a row?
Yep, phenomenal. But the issue at hand is that the Eagles' offense has to show up at some point. All right, so Darius Slay.
That's a missed tackle from Darius Slay. Somewhere Liam Jenkins is smiling because he said that Darius Slay cannot tackle.
He's definitely grinning right now. Shout out to Triple Tastic for mentioning again. Rager went for a 55-yard Rager bomb. Unfortunately, the Eagles weren't able to turn that into a touchdown as they settled for a field goal at that point. All right, third down. Haskins is 2 for 7 with 18 yards. I started the Eagles defense in I think both leagues. I gotta make Pittman mad, but I stopped him and Gibson. started blocking these guys. There we go, 36. Open in the backfield. Tastic on the move. And he's going to get the first down. But there's a flag.
Holding.
Possibly.
Well, they're looking at Mills right now, so what? Oh yeah, over there. Has to be holding over there.
Made the right move. It's interesting to see that they stay out.
Mills with the defensive penalty.
Wow. Safety.
You're gonna drive down right there.
All right, Antonio Gibson was a ball.
Gibson. Here's Cam Newton's first touchdown with the Pats.
Cam Newton.
Racists everywhere are pissed right now. The Boston racists are pissed that Cam Newton just scored.
All right, so let's see what's going to happen now. Benny Curry in, Brandon Graham, and Steve Smith in this week's final, who could actually be an X factor for the Washington football team. Gets the first down on the screen pass. Monte Maddox blocked out, overcoming missed tackle. It doesn't seem like it, but having no preseason really affect this team conditioning wise.
I'm not paying attention to you.
He's so rude, bro. Even in person, he's rude.
I was reading something, and like when people talk to me when I'm reading something, I just block them out.
Well, now you guys know that Chris cannot multitask.
I can't multitask.
So that's it. It's no preseason conditioning having an effect right now on the team. It's tackles.
It's sloppy. We knew it was going to be sloppy. I mean, we see the Eagles miss tackles, and do we say, is it no preseason, or is it just a continuation of what it was last year?
Probably effect. All right, running the ball again, and just not going anywhere.
Tiki Barber Jr. goes nowhere.
Third, yeah.
Duke Riley's got a lot of snaps on defense today. I don't think we see Sean Bradley yet or Davion Taylor outside of special teams.
Well, apparently, Duke probably made a huge leap in leadership ranks.
Duke, oh yeah, but I feel like he's more of a special teams guy.
So very interesting move with Tim Swift. They're running Jeremy and Riley Wilson. No TJ Edwards. No Davion Taylor.
Oh, Maddox! You gotta catch that, Maddox.
3 and out. From Ballsy.
Avante.
Speaking of Ballsy,
He's watching Logan Thomas. Speaking of Ballsy,
go to FTB.
go to manscaped.com.
If you think Chris is staring into his holes, he's not. He's typing something right now.
What?
If you think that you're staring into his holes, you're not. You're typing something.
Shank with no fans in attendance.
And nothing.
They still missed the field goal.
Giving this game to the Eagles, but the Eagles, they got to show up on offense now.
Dustin Hopkins, without any fans Trying to blow the ball away. Gone. At commercial break. Let's see if there's any score updates. We got Bills are now 14-0 on the Jets. Browns still up. Browns still down 6-10. Colts and Jags are tied 7. Packers, I guess, had a safety. It's 7-5 right now. Vikings Packers. Seahawks still up 14-9. Still tied. Bears Lions 3-3. Raiders are up now 10-9.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers isn't doing much right now for my fantasy team, but on the other side, I'm winning by a good margin. A player that hasn't really showed up on safety yet so far in the game. Fletcher Cox is kind of MIA.
I think that they're giving him a little too much attention, so that leads to Malik Jackson doing his thing.
Malik Jackson's eating up.
Yeah, so.
We're back across the 2-minute mark of our live watch-along. Thank you for tuning in. We're Flipping the Birds. I'm Bryan and Chris and Fonte. Make sure you guys subscribe to our podcast on PSN Radio on all audio platforms and Philly Sports Network on YouTube.
Oh, he got ejected for that.
Wow. Best flop. Very curious how the Eagles offense going to look now. Deshaun Jackson's got to stay in the game.
Tonight, the Rams look to stomp the Cowboys.
Stop them from what? They haven't started anything.
Stomp. With your foot, you stomp them on the ground. The Eagles look to be the only 1-0 team in the division after trading tomorrow.
That would be phenomenal. But they got to show up on offense right now. This is not looking good so far. Let's see.
That's Deshaun right there on his side.
So what happens now? Wow. It hurts.
That would have been a pretty long completion, but hey, Wentz has only missed 3 times today. So
there we go. What's the issue with Deshaun Jackson? Is the question.
I feel like, are they punishing him with is this part of his punishment for? Because he had no injury designation. So the fact that he went out so early, I feel like it's part of his
There we go.
Oh, Hightower with the drop. Welcome to the Eagles, John Hightower. Big drop. Oh, there's a flag. Hold on, maybe. Right in his hands. Right in his hands. That's a straight drop. Drop number one. Drop number 1 for the Eagles.
There it is. There we go. You say if it's our penalty touchdown?
First down. Helmet to helmet, right there. Boom. Yep. Clear as day.
So, bigger white side is out the middle. Little gain. Avoid the miles continues to linger. Oh, that's the first limit.
So it's Kayvon Wallace season, baby.
possible. You see Kayvon Wallace making his rookie debut.
We get some kind of screen that is not wide receiver.
Boston Scott.
Well, nobody can fucking do that.
All right, here we go. Third down. Again, they were flipping the past few years at third down, but this game they haven't looked so bad. D. Jack Rager and Greg Ward.
Wide open, baby. Greg Ward, Mr. Reliable. Mr. Reliable, Greg Ward. See, the thing with Greg Ward is, like I've said this before, he's a quarterback. So, like, he's able to, he knows where he needs to go because quarterback's like, listen, you need to sit here. Greg Ward has he's our Julian Edelman.
Yeah,
Julian Edelman was so good, is so good for the Patriots because he understands what Brady needed from him. Well, now Newton, that's Ward. So he's going to be a very good part. I didn't think he was going to be this big. But. Oh! TE1, baby, TE1. Tight end one. It's the tight end show today. The tight end show today. Zach Ertz, Dallas Goedert.
Jacob's starting to Dallas Goedert a lot this game.
What a nice touch by Wentz. That was a really nice touch.
Oh, beautiful. All right, so 17-0 Birds. Washington football team have been held to nothing, thank God.
17-0. Is it going to be a reverse of last year? We have 17-0 last year, 17-0 this year. Woo, baby.
They're that right now. Halftime is 6 minutes away, guys.
Wentz with another touchdown for my fantasy team.
I'm not gonna let it go. They still went for me.
The Fresh Prince of Hilaire is up 60 to 7.74.
So if you heard the Eagles chant, it's everybody outside. We're inside the bar because we needed to get power for our laptops and our equipment. So
OBJ needs to do something. Like, he's giving me 0 points right now.
I bet some. I knew better than that.
You got D-Jax though.
Shut up. You better. Not I know better. I'm not a big fan of McDonald's. I thought I loved him. I can't stand McDonald's. Okay, we should be joined shortly by one of our very own PSN writers and a special guest, hopefully. Viral back of our cup.
Sorry, my bartender's waiting for me to get my cup out. What the fuck are you doing over here?
Went too fast.
Sorry, I like beer too much. What kind of look at the foam in this? Oh, now it got better. Now it got better. All right.
Next time, Warriors.
Thank you, brother. Viral the body.
Marlon Mack carved off today for the Colts. It's going to be the Jonathan Williams show.
Wait,
Marlon Mack
Mack
is out.
Oh, Lord. Did I start him in my other league?
Marlon Mack was just carted off.
Yeah, John Tibbetts show. Oh, do we have a surprise coming on? Gino?
Gino Camilleri.
Fellas, what's happening?
Joining us from Locked On Eagles, right?
You got him, my man. You got it.
Gino Camilleri.
How many times have we had him on and you're gonna get involved?
I know.
I get happy when Gino's on the pod.
It's all right.
How you feeling, man?
We're all feeling good right now with the way this game is going. I mean, does it feel like 2017 or what right now? This is surreal.
We are.
Chris can't multitask, so he's texting right now. So
I can tell.
I cannot multitask, especially when I'm drinking. I can't multitask. That's TE1 right there. That's TE1 on the that's Gino from Gino Camilleri. Antonio Gibson. What did I say? Antonio Gibson. He's mine and Gino's love child.
Highlight for this team right now. So
all draft me and Gino like Antonio Gibson. And then second round. What the fuck you doing? I love Antonio Gibson, but I'm not drafting him in the second round. Antonio Gibson is just going to be a stud, man.
Hey, Chris, how about that D line so far, bro? The pressure is unbelievable.
I know, it's great.
Haskins 3 for 9.
We see how a healthy Malik Jackson just completely changes this line.
Imagine when Javon Hargrave comes back.
It's like, who are you going to double on the offensive line?
I have no idea. And Brandon Graham made a huge play early on in the run stoppage. Like, that was fantastic.
I'm waiting right now. Vinny Curry's in, but I'm waiting for Josh Sweat sack just so he can help my bold prediction of 10 sacks.
How about Avonte Maddox so far? Looking fantastic.
Avonte Maddox has looked great.
Avonte Maddox needs some better hands.
I know,
but he's been showing he is CB2 for a reason. McLaurin has done nothing today. McLaurin has been absolutely garbage today. It's been Darius Slay. Like McLaurin, if this was last year secondary, McLaurin has 100 yards already.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, he would have been eating it up.
Look at Slay, like just watching Slay. Oh no, boy! And then you're starting Logan Thomas at tight end.
You know what's funny about that is I was talking about options we could get.
Logan Thomas, former Virginia Tech quarterback.
Yeah, right. I thought he could be a good tight end 3 for us, but Ricky Rogers he's a football player, I guess. How are you guys doing out there? You got a lot of people there so far?
Well, it's interesting. We're inside because we needed power for our laptops, so everybody's outside.
Oh, really? No kidding.
Yeah, so you can hear the Eagles fans went to the blue outside.
Go, Greg.
Greg Ward returning punts.
It's been Raygor Ward. Like it's.
How about that 3rd and 22 though? That was electric. 3rd and 22, which is outrageous. I got 4th and 26 vibes from that.
Don't give me those kind of goosebumps.
Seriously though, I mean, this offense hasn't looked this fast in so long. Years. And here we go again. I mean, a chance to go up 24-0.
That would be phenomenal. They can pull this off.
But I understand it's Washington and all that, but if they come out here and smack the shit out of Washington, that's sending a statement.
Oh,
I get like people, especially Cowboys fans, they're gonna want to downplay you. Just play Washington. Washington's defensive line. Whoever says after the game, "Oh, you guys only play Washington," guarantee you'll find tweets from them saying you guys are gonna get shit on by Washington because your offensive line sucks.
Oh.
Like it's gonna be that way.
And just right there, we're continuing to run
Oh,
to
that's
the
a
right
good
side
run.
of the offensive line. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I guess we're delayed a little bit because we can see by Gino's reactions how the play is going to be.
Oh,
Oh,
damn.
I'm
he's-
sorry. I didn't
No,
know you guys were delayed. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
No,
I'll stop. I'm so sorry.
we thought we were completely
My
live over
fiance
here.
literally goes, "You're delayed. They're delayed." So I just realized that. I apologize.
I guess we're delayed out here, so it's but which I hate that it was Boston Scott because I have Boston Scott versus Bryan this week in fantasy. Aguilar scored a touchdown. Aguilar scored a touchdown.
Aguilar scored a touchdown.
Former Eagles great.
That was a terrible play.
I mean, more shots.
Oh, Derek Carr, deep pass to Nelson Aguilar for 23 yards, touchdown.
Wow, what a world!
Who would have known?
You know what? I can't even be mad about that because football's back. Like, how can
Yeah.
you be mad? Deshaun Jackson walking up the field again on third and long.
I don't get it. I don't get what's going on now. The guy was supposedly talking about get your popcorn ready. He's fully healthy. He's good.
I know. I'm shocked.
It's a very limited offense right now. Let's go deep right.
Boston Scott with points for me.
Little garbage yards right there. But.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, hey, we were in this exact
Breaking our hearts.
position this time last year. We were down 17-0 going into halftime. So to be up 17-0 on a team that you should be dominating right now, I'm 100% happy.
Yeah.
Wentz 12 for 15 for 2 touchdowns. I mean, that's unbelievable.
It's not doing bad so far. It's just the offensive line is not really holding up, and without DJ out there, you're really feeling the effects of it.
I mean, I think the most surprising thing right now is that Rudy Ford.
Oh, get him!
2 successful tackles on special teams so far.
It's because he's not facing DK Metcalf.
I know, right? Marcus Epson, 22, looks very good.
Yeah, it actually does look good.
It looks
Wait,
better
is that
than
Sidney Jones?
37 does. I mean,
Is that Sidney
37
Jones?
was terrible.
Sidney Jones, you felt the pain for that one.
Yeah, man, I'm still hurting. JJ hasn't done anything. I'm a little upset. Hightower too. I mean, Hightower had that drop.
He had that, yeah.
Liam was very, very upset.
Yeah, the thing was, people were crushing his hand.
Oh no, Ruggs got hurt.
No way.
Oh?
Ruggs.
Oh.
I know. I haven't been on Twitter since I've been talking to you guys, so I haven't
been on Twitter at all.
I started him. He gave me 9.6 points before leaving. Shit. Yeah, 3 receptions for 55 yards. OBJ's here. 2.6 points.
Hey, so Gino, how do you feel about the linebackers so far? Is Jerry and Duke Riley? No TJ Edwards, no Davion Taylor.
I tweeted about Duke. I've been telling people, like, you can go back and listen to the shows that Lou and I have been on the past 4 months. This team has loved Duke Riley. I mean, they made him a captain on special teams, and he's been playing outside linebacker for the most part. I think he's been doing pretty well. His athleticism has been showing off for sure. He could get to the numbers way better than Nate Geary has. I mean, him trying to chase down Dwayne Haskins in the open field, that was absolutely pitiful.
Yeah, that was terrible.
That was pitiful. I literally didn't even want to watch it. And I think TJ Edwards should be out there as the mic and then let Duke Riley be.
That's what I thought. I thought Edwards would be out there more, but apparently not.
I know. That's what I've been thinking. And been wanting too. On the backside, though, I think all of their backers have been, has been shutting down McLaurin 100%. 100%.
Which we're not used to. That's why we haven't noticed it.
And funny enough, Justin Coleman just is getting helped off the field in Detroit right now. So talk about secondary. Getting Darius Slay at the right time, man. Seriously.
A lot of injuries with no preseason.
Scotty Blanc. You can see right there, Scotty Blanc. Slay's shutting down McLaurin. He is.
Seriously.
What about Rhaegar Targaryen? I gotta get better at Photoshop. Because I need to Photoshop Ray Gore's head onto a dragon.
That would be sick. Have him riding a dragon, that'd be pretty sick.
Ray Gore Targaryen.
All right, here we go. 250 left to go on the first half.
Just a quick score update. The Bills are destroying the Jets 21-0.
I hate it.
Ravens are destroying the Browns 17-6. Colts and Jags are tied at 14. Yannick Ngakoue who? Lions and Bears. Lions are up 6-3. Packers are up 8-7. Nate Jerry with the first sack. Well, actually, that wouldn't be a sack. He rolled out, right?
Yeah, he got the open field tackle.
Tackle for loss.
Yeah.
What's Jerry's nickname? The White Snake or White Mamba?
The White Mamba. No, he's the White Snake. He's White Snake.
Okay.
Raiders are up 17-12. Seahawks up 14-9. Packers up 8-7. Clippers are up 57-45 on the Nuggets as they look to close out the series and face the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals.
All right, let's see. 17-0, 2 minutes left to go. 2-minute warning, 3rd-and-8.
Eagles are about to flip the script from last year. 17-0 at half last year.
I'm feeling much more comfortable than the last few years, that's for sure.
It's because the defense is showing up today. Like it's phenomenal to see a secondary that's actually doing their job.
Yeah, McLaurin hasn't gotten deep at all. I mean, I absolutely love it so far. And the defensive line has just been like you see what happens when you have more than 3 seconds to cover, you know.
Which has to say a lot.
I keep yelling Carson because of Wentz, and my dog is going crazy. He literally thinks I'm just screaming at him. No.
Nelson Aguilar went to the strip club last week.
He got everything.
He's a beauty. I can't believe he made the scene, dude. I'm shocked he made that scene.
It's still wild, man. You see that he was so dynamic in 2017, so he go flat in 2018, 2019. It's disgusting.
Is there something to me? I'm not paying attention to you.
No, I know you're at emotion. I'm not talking to you. You know.
The Jags Colts are now going to that is shocking. That's very shocking to me. I made like a spreadsheet of all my college bets yesterday, but I didn't end up betting.
It's just our fanboy.
Betting week 1 anymore. Good thing I didn't because I lost half the bets I would do.
That's terrible.
Awful. That's what we're doing out there. Slate was atrocious.
At halftime, if you have, because we have that, that's our power strip right there. If we're able to get outside with this, we can at halftime.
What's up?
Breaking news.
Yeah, unmute yourself.
Breaking news. Flipping the Birds podcast is going to be moving outside at halftime. To be with the other Eagle, because we're out here in the corner. You know, it's hey, if you look, Gino, there's no one around us really. It's just
yeah, go outside, enjoy the day. It's great.
We just have a little fanboy over there. Viral just hanging out over there.
All right, here we go. 3rd-and-8. Let's go.
Let's go. Avonte Maddox with a strong game.
Looking very nice.
Strong game.
Very CB2-ish.
Yep. I was very down on him because, you know, my boy
Dwayne Haskins looking like he sucks.
Last season, Maddox wasn't good on the outside.
For sure. I'm shocked. And Nickel Roby Coleman, dude, like, give the guy an extension tomorrow. The guy's the most underpaid nickel corner in the league every year.
Gregor back there.
Every year.
It's been him and Ward. Back and forth, back and forth.
I know. I like that. Iron sharpens iron.
Let's see what happens now. All right, so it's not terrible.
That's I said this to Mike K the other day. Like the fact that It's been so like Craig James has made it, and he's the captain and all that. It says a lot to where they were focusing on. It's like I said, I made it to where I believe people, and to shout out someone who, without really shouting out, the Eagles quote unquote insider for Fox Sports Radio, whatever the fuck he does out there, made a tweet the other day saying it says a lot about how bad Sidney Jones was for Craig James to make this team.
Right, I know.
How about Craig James played his ass off and made the team because he's really good now, and they chose him over. I know Jannard Avery made it, but they really put an emphasis.
Don't love that. Don't love that at all.
Yeah. Oh, Eagles Twitter about to blow up.
The Jalen Hurts tweets are about to come in.
Let's see what happens.
That was a bad ball.
Yeah, good luck to that.
He played that perfectly. Fabian Moreau.
Rager has to come back to the ball here, though, but it's a bad ball.
That's a bad pass.
That's all right. Get the jitters out of the way early.
All right, let's see. Minute 37 left. And McLaurin wide open. Wow.
Darius Slay.
A little 2-minute offense here from Washington.
Cut Darius Slay. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Jesus Christ.
Fire this man.
Let's see.
So, we should get the ball at halftime, but I mean, that's not a good giveaway at all.
It's not a good way to end. Worst comes to worst, Washington leads with at least bare minimum.
We have to blame Liam Jenkins for Darius Slay there, because Liam said like a few tweets ago, I was nervous about Darius Slay, but this kind of gave me more. But now Darius Slay, and he just said, "Oh, there's my Darius Slay drink. Sorry."
Of course.
Imagine if we had a linebacker cover that.
That will never happen if Howie Roseman's GM. As long as Howie Roseman's GM of the Eagles, they will never get a linebacker who could do multiple things at once.
No.
All right, let's see what happens there.
I mean, Davion Taylor's not even playing. Has he even been on the field?
I have not seen Taylor. I have not seen Bradley. I have not seen even Edwards.
Which is weird because Edwards was starting Mike, so you would assume that he's on the field.
I mean, I attribute it to the speed that the Redskins have. Maybe like you can't really have a traditional Mike like Edwards.
Winded.
Don't say Slay's hurt.
Something. I can't hear the something's not right with Slay.
Give him a breather.
Those Eagles masks are pretty nice.
I know. I need one.
Terry McLaurin is going to be a problem for so many years, and I'm not ready for it.
3 catches, 43 yards. This time last year, he had like 6'4", 90.
Oh, I know. I mean, I'll take it, but he's still going to be a problem.
So Manuel asked what happened to Matt Pryor. Pryor did not start the game. He started right guard.
Matt Pryor, I think they were saving for like being an experienced backup more than playing him as a starter, God forbid he goes down, then you have inexperience coming in. Have an experienced swing tackle.
What the?
Oh,
Wide open.
I like Logan Thomas too.
Wide open. That was a big time miscommunication. Big time miscommunication.
I think Chris jinxed
No,
the Eagles.
no one gave a shit about Logan Thomas. No one cared.
Who blew coverage?
Big time miscommunication.
Yeah.
Duke Riley, either of that.
Well, Slade's in the game. At least for that.
Everybody's hands up like, what happened?
That happened.
Oh, the deep linebacker group was showing out.
First touchdown of the offense. Good after a rough first half of the offense.
All right, I'm gonna change the mojo, boys. It was better when I wasn't talking, but it was nice talking to you guys.
Oh, thank you for coming on, man. You have the link if you ever want to join back in later on.
Of course. If it gets close, we might have to. But
Feel free.
Best of luck, boys. Enjoy the
Thank
rest
you.
of the day.
Appreciate it.
Hey, brother.
Take care.
Too.
All right, guys. So it looks like towards halftime we're moving outside with all the other Eagles fans, so it may get a little chaotic. But for now, I mean, Eagles up 17-7 at the half, barring a major Rager bomb.
40 seconds left.
That was only 39.
40 seconds left.
That's not the score. There's less than that now.
No, there's 40 seconds left.
Oh, there's 40 seconds.
I like to hear that I'm right. I like to hear it.
I'm not ashamed to admit it. Oh, man. So do you think the Eagles got to change the linebackers?
That was Duke Riley.
Riley is a special teams guy.
Yeah, Riley was all of that.
It's Bradley.
Your favorite guy.
Yo, I give him a pass now. I messaged Bradley a couple of days ago saying, good luck on Sunday. No matter if it's special teams, defense, make your mark, make them come number 54. And he liked it.
Okay.
They respond to me, but he liked it. So.
The linebacker?
Yeah, back in May, actually April. Yeah, back after he got drafted, I asked if he wants to come on the pod or something, and he messaged back, absolutely, I'd love to. And I was like, when does it work? When did things work for you? And he's left me unseen since then. Never responded to me.
So the Sean target and completely missed on the mark. Oh, man. It's a little inaccurate right now.
I don't know if
Look at his body language.
if Djax was a little better spot.
I would say this bomb. Let's go for the bomb. What's the worst that can happen?
We need another Rager bomb. Rager bombs. Rager bombs. Rager bombs. Oh.
That was
Look at that. He's open. He's open. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. Shit. Wentz has that dad strength still.
He had that, man.
That's a touchdown. Jesus Christ. Nelson Aguilar, one catch for one touchdown.
Just do it again. One more bomb. Djax time.
Just do it again. That's right.
He bombed it.
Djax. Djax.
All right.
Hey, you know what? I get it. You know the Redskins corners are booty right now, so just keep doing that. That's like it's good. One of them's gonna hit.
Well, he got pressured on the last one, so he did panic a little bit. That throw was a little bit unorthodox to a certain extent. Oh man. And here's my guy who strikes three on my heart. There we go. Nice. Marcus Epps. All right.
Marcus Epps doesn't see DK Metcalf, so he's going to perform right now. All right, while we wait for halftime, I'm going to go drain the leak. And we'll see where we're set it up next time. I'm going to go feed.
All right, so while Chris scopes out the area to figure out, make sure that we can actually go outside. Yeah. Going into halftime, Eagles are up 17-7, but it has not been a pretty 17-7 since the first quarter. The Eagles have struggled to find anybody that's wide open. As you can see, the big misses to D-Jax, the big miss to Rager. So we're hoping for a better half. Again, this Washington team, they could creep in at any point with Terry McLaurin on the wild side. But so far, so good on the tight end front and the wide receivers, though. We still need them to show up. John Hightower did have a big drop that could have been a first down, even though it did end up as a first down due to a flag. So now we're here at halftime. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's a live watch along with Flipping the Birds for Eagles Week 1 matchup against the Washington football team. I'm Brian Cameron. Chris is right now scoping out the premises outside. We may be moving to the Eagles section outside, depending on how connected is the Wi-Fi. But right now, Eagles up 17-7. Hasn't been the prettiest 17-7. We've seen the offensive line collapse. We've seen miscommunication on the defensive side with the secondary and also with the linebackers as well. So what's your take so far on what's going on with the Eagles and how can we better ourselves going forward? Again, if this is the first time tuning in, I'm Brian Cameron from Flipping the Birds. Chris Fonte will be back. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, Philly Sports Network, or our podcast on audio platforms. It could be Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, at PSN Radio. We're live every Tuesday night, Tuesday morning.
Take our own table.
Give me 1 second, guys. Be right with you. So how you guys feeling about the first half so far for the Eagles going into the second half? Again, we're live at Mulligan's Pub in Hoboken, New Jersey. #1 Eagles club in New Jersey. Majority of Eagles fans are outside as we are inside due to the connection we need for our power sources. But so far, so good. And Nelson Aguilar with a touchdown for the Las Vegas Raiders. We do not miss him, so don't start with that. Liam Hines taking over for the injured Marlon Mack. Looking good so far. And we have a nice special guest. Our man, Prince. What's going on?
What up, man?
How you feeling, man? The man of many personalities.
I know, man. I'll be a different person every single damn.
I don't know who I'm following on Twitter anymore.
We'll get you in a minute. We'll get you in a minute, Prince. We'll get
okay.
You. We're moving outside. Okay. I got you.
All right, we'll be right back, guys. We're gonna move out to the outside section to the Wild Eagles fans.
Viral. What are you doing? V,
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Viral acting up. Viral acting up. He's our bodyguard / our bartender out here. That's no good.
Hey,
let's
listen.
go, Sweats.
All right. Get him out of here.
All right, give us a second, Prince. We'll get you on, okay? Just don't go nowhere.
Right. Okay.
switching because they have the fastest overall speeds and it's the most reliable. It's probably not
I got my hotspot popping.
It's not. You can save up to 40%.
I don't remember my password, but once I remember my password, I have to.
See if we can.
Join Spectrum Mobile and find out.
I have Apple.
Working for you? Good.
Can't take you anywhere.
Oh, so you know what? We'll use this one. We'll use this one too. Whatever you want, bro. Go on, sit there. Can we pull this up? Yeah.
It's the Eagles 17, Washington.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, these chairs. You getting the Wi-Fi?
I'm using my Optimum Wi-Fi, so it's
doing there, we'll get the old soccer atmosphere going. You want to, when they score, jump on you. Fucking jump and knock everything all over the place.
That's what we want.
Throw fucking beer and bottles.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. We are back. Chris is gearing up. He's going to hop on in a second. Sorry about that, but we did move outside to the outside location. Thank you for still sticking with us and tuning into our live watch along of the Eagles to watch the football team as kickoff. It's about to start right now.
First half numbers. And the Eagles.
Actually, it's too far.
You just rock with that, bro. Third quarter starting now. Eagles do get possession after Washington receiving in the first quarter.
Inconsistent. We need to give Bryan and Chris time to get his feet set, and he can also afford to make better throws. Defensively, he said inconsistent. We're going to keep those players.
You guys are still in. Just let me know that everything's good. The connection is fine. And you guys can hear us, you can see me. Chris should be logging in any minute now.
He says defensively, we're doing a very good job. Offense, just get some more points on the board. Back to you.
A little brisky outside, a little windy. Live at Mulligan's Pub in Hoboken, New Jersey. Flipping the Birds on PSN's live watching the Eagles versus the Washington football team.
How we doing?
Eagles on offense right now. No. We're gearing up Chris's computer and microphone, as you see in the background. And another miscue with Hightower as he can't catch that ball. Bring it in.
So try to start the second half here the exact same way.
Carson Wentz 14 to 22 so far, 182 passing yards and 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. There's Boston Scott. He moves.
Go for it. Stop being coward.
Sun is blazing hot out of nowhere. Chris should be joining us now, and here we are.
There I am. There we go. We're back, baby. We're outside now. Nice. We're outside along with the other degenerates.
So just put my name next to her.
I gotta get my beer.
Already turning out for the Eagles. Not great. Oh, hey, brother. Shout out to Byron. Left tackle of Flipping the Birds.
He's the bodyguard. The left tackle of the Flipping the Birds.
And very soon we're going to see if we try to get Prince back on. Interesting game so far. Eagles went out 3-0 so quickly. Start of the half.
Dan Cross says baby noise is a blank screen. That's my life story.
We're back on, guys, so thank you for tuning back in. Shout out to this guy again, left tackle Flipping the Birds, the bodyguard. And guys, make sure if this is the first time you're tuning in, make sure you subscribe to PSN Radio on all audio platforms, Philly Sports Network on YouTube. Join the family as we've covered Eagles, Flyers, Phillies, and even betting.
All right, I'm good to go now. All right.
Good to go?
I'm good to go.
Back to multitasking?
I'm ready to multitask. What the hell are you doing on my shoulders?
Eagles 3-0 in the first
Fire our bodyguards checking out the prospects.
It's terrible. So anyways, Eagles 3-0 in the first drive in the second half.
Checking out the bartender.
It's terrible. How you feeling about that?
Yeah, I don't care. They're still up by 10. If Washington comes back and like answers with that, but we're used to the Eagles being better adjusted out of the half. That's something we see. But
right now, it looks like
nice little drop from McLaren.
Yeah.
It was thrown behind him by Haskins, but usually.
Well, there wasn't a miscatch by Hightower. I don't know if you got to see that one.
I did see that. So Liam, what's going on out there? Thrown behind him, so it's really not McLaren's fault, but. Duke Riley on Antonio Gibson is a matchup that Gibson will win 9 times out of 10.
Most likely. Prince should be coming back on soon.
This guy is
For those of you with Devontae Parker on your fantasy team, Devontae Parker is questionable to return with a hamstring injury. Haskins is having a decent game, less than 50%. But. There's a fumble. Oh! We're looking to see who's that strip from. I think it was from a defensive tackle. Josh Sweat sees him, ladies and gentlemen. Strip sack by Josh Sweat. Josh Sweat sees him, taking Derek Barnett's spot. Strip sack by Josh Sweat. Derek Barnett is shaking in his boots right now. That's why I couldn't find it. I was looking for our thing on YouTube, but I couldn't find it. And it's because I was on the wrong account.
And we are live from Mulligan's Pub in Hoboken, New Jersey. Flipping the Birds, I'm Bryan and Chris and Conte, and we're live on Philly Sports Network. Again, if you're new to the podcast, if you're new to our network, subscribe to all of our podcasts on PSN Radio or our YouTube account, which is Philly Sports Network, for more Eagles, Phillies, Flyers content, and Sixers as well.
As you can see, we are in a better position now because inside it was very dark and gloomy. Now you see, hold on. Now you can see we got everybody going on out here and over there.
So
right
Dan is asking if Hightower is looking bad. I wouldn't say looking bad, but I think he's
it's just jitters.
Yeah.
It's a jitters. It's the jitters. Fantasy update. I am still beating Bryan 75.08 to 48.84. I am projected 150.29, projected 130.58. Fantasy by viral. Odell is still only giving me 4.4 points.
That was mine?
I think so, bro. It just flew off.
It's had a chair to sit on.
The Packers are beating down the newly Yannick Ngakoue defense.
I saw the Yannick
20 to the 10. Packers are up on the Vikings. Who the hell is Yannick Ngakoue? Whoever wanted that guy anyway.
So, question: if the Eagles finish the game 17-7, is it a disappointment or is it just like week one?
It's week one. Last year it was 17-0, and then we came back.
I was talking about the entire game, 17-7. The game
17-7. It's fine. I'm good.
Let the dogs out.
Another interception for Wentz.
Wow.
Wait.
Maybe Hightower should stop being targeted. Maybe.
Wait.
So not a good look. Push the.
Carson throw other.
Oh, there's Djax. No,
it was an interception. Wentz with the rare 2-interception game.
He's not looking crisp. I don't know if it's a Hightower thing or if it's him finding chemistry with the new receivers. But this is not looking good.
That really was a great read. You're playing one. First half, 1 interception. 18 of those. 64 targets. The score. The second sets you up Washington this field position trying to get even closer down that 10. From the 20s,
Football team has the ball. They're on the 20-yard line of the Eagles.
Well, this is Wentz's 8th game with 2 interceptions. His game. He is 1-7 in those games. Sorry, 1-6 in those games. So we'll see what the 8th game gives him. His last game with 2 interceptions was last year on the 24th. It was against Seattle. Last year he had 2 games with 2 interceptions. Avonte Maddox.
6 incompletions to start the half. 6 incompletions to start the half so far. And look who it is. Sims Jr. making noise. Not good so far. Eagles defense is breaking down. The offense is not showing up.
No, we're seeing the opposite from last year. Redskins were up 17-0 last year. Eagles were up 17-0 this year, and then we see what's going on here.
What a fucking down.
Gibson in the backfield of Haskins.
Antonio Gibson. Nothing.
There we go. Fletcher Cox making an appearance in the game.
This is 17-0.
Well, 17. I'll take 17-7 with an over.
Moreland had intercepted both passes.
No, it was 2.
Huh?
What did you say?
Moreland.
Morrow?
Number 20. Moreland.
No, it wasn't. No, first was 25. And nothing again.
3rd and goal at the 1-yard line. Eagles pushing. Son Ridgeway making an appearance. Let's see what the Washington football team do now as and that's
touchdown, Peyton Barber. Peyton Barber, touchdown, 17-14.
So 1 score, well, not even a score. Field goal away.
Haskins, again, not really doing anything special. He's 10 for 20, but...
Wake the fuck up, come on.
The Eagles assume themselves in the cook right now.
Two plays in a huddle on 2nd down.
So 2 interceptions from the Washington secondary, promoting 2 touchdowns all of a sudden.
He's getting ready to receive the ball and hopefully make some type of move on offense.
Hightower has been very costly today. Maybe it's time to cut him.
Huh?
Maybe it's time to cut him.
It's just Ricky Jitters, but the issue at hand is like, why isn't...
Well, I think both on both interceptions. You saw Raygor stopped and just waited. Hightower stopped and just waited. You gotta go after that ball. Not saying that Wentz should have thrown that, but those are bad throws. But give your quarterback a chance. Or like if you're just gonna wait there for it to come to you, it's the same thing like I coach basketball. I tell my boys, rebound's not gonna come to you. You gotta go get it.
Absolutely, I completely agree.
The ball's coming to you. You know it's coming to you. Someone can come right in front of you and just grab it. That's what we've seen here.
But my question at hand is, what the hell is going on with Deshaun Jackson?
What the hell is
in and out?
Oh, Deshaun Jackson.
In and out, nonstop.
Hopefully they're just keeping them so that maybe they can just deploy late game and just open this game open. But
and no J-Jaw appearance yet either.
No J-Jaw here. Hey, my 24-17 prediction is still alive.
What?
My 24-17 prediction. A field goal by Washington. A field goal by Washington. Touchdown by Eagles.
It's getting a little worrisome right now here.
Brady would never be shit if they didn't have straight up
What? So you gotta change that little. You're not gonna throw it out.
17-14.
You got little pricks. You got little pricks coming out.
Well,
what?
Say enough for a mustache ride.
3 hours in. Liam Jenkins is going off on Twitter about high power in his defense.
Something on Twitter. It came up, like in the first half, it was the tight end show. They have gone away from that, and we've seen what's happened. It's Doug Peterson. Oh, I don't think so. I think it's just it's a case of we see what's working, let's see what else works, and then we'll go back to what's working. Whatever's working, you need to just keep saying what's working.
So we're expecting tight ends to take over.
I would hope so.
So 2 receivers out. Looks like they do have both tight ends in right now.
Corey Clement showing some Corey Clement legs from the Super Bowl year.
Again, the Eagles are greatly missing Miles Sanders in this game.
They are really missing Miles Sanders today.
And they're missing Deshaun Jackson.
Well, I think more than they're missing Lane Johnson, they're missing Miles Sanders.
Going back to the running game.
This might turn into the Corey Clement show over Boston Scott. Clement is a little bit more physical than Boston Scott, but DK Metcalf. Just a reminder, we drafted Arcega-Whiteside over Metcalf. And here's the tight end show. Why did we go away from the tight end show? No, that's Goddard. It's tight end 1.
That's tight end 1.
That's tight end 1.
First down as the raindrops start to fall here in Hoboken, New Jersey.
Hold on, wait. I think that was just viral spinning.
You sure, man? I can't afford it on the laptop.
Yeah, I know. This is my school laptop. Dallas Goddard with a strong game today.
5 receptions, 81 yards, and 1 touchdown for Dallas
That's
Goddard.
a good fantasy line right there.
Oh, Dallas Goddard again.
So we're fully expecting them to trade Ertz tomorrow. There's Arcega-Whiteside just standing there and just look at his arm sleeve tattoo and his arm sleeve.
2nd and 4.
Boston Scott with the first down inside the 25-yard line.
Right.
Again, Boston Scott is my fantasy team.
It's on my team too, in my league. I'm not really worried about the PSN league.
Ertz is down. Ertz is down.
Viral with the trade him chance.
Ertz is
211 passes. Not the best not the best frame in the world.
What's not the best frame in the world?
2 touchdowns, 211 yards right now.
I mean, we knew it was going to be a tough game for once with the defensive line and everything. We didn't think it was going to be like that interception-wise, but look at the nice butterfly on the field. Oh, a nice butterfly on the field. Oh, nice. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is.
Chris having a very nostalgic moment right now with a butterfly.
Look how nice that is.
Yeah, that's still 17, 14.
That's a sign. That's a sign. It spread its wings. Now Raygor touchdown right now.
If Raygor scores a touchdown right now, I might lose my mind. Wow.
Or just it's gonna fly over the head because of butterflies. Wentz has the butterflies right now. That's why I was there.
Driscoll number 63, Nate Herbig 67. Both of those guys making their first NFL starts. Driscoll's a rookie.
Jack Driscoll and Nate Herbig covering the right side of the line. Jason Peters and I just Sam Paulo on the left side and Jason Kelsey up the middle. Good showing. Run, there it is. Boston Scott.
Boston Scott, baby.
Not enough yards.
It looks like Colts running back Marlon Mack is out for the season.
Wow, that is unfortunately,
No, not Josh
Not Josh Kelly. Jonathan Williams? Is Jonathan Williams? No.
Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor, yes, Jonathan Taylor.
And Hines.
8 rushes for 31 yards for Boston Scott. A little less than 4 yards to carry for Boston Scott.
First down here to keep it going. There we go. Arsenal takes a sack, which means Jake Hayes will line up in the field goal.
Wentz should have thrown that away. You probably just took about a field goal range at this point. It looks like to be a 56, 57-yard field goal.
Could have stuck it. Right side of the line is not holding up today at all. They're really missing Brandon Brooks and Lane Johnson right now.
This is only a 53-yarder. Should be fine. Right down the middle for Jake the Snake. Jake the Snake, 20-14.
He was now up by.
Whoa, he missed it? I guess he hit the crossbar.
Did it? Oh, Lord. He was like 17-14.
Oh, boy. Jake has not been going to the gym lately.
We got to take this right here.
Woo! Time to look at the free agency list to see who's available to kick.
Where's the QB1? He's inactive today.
We're making a comment of Jalen Hurts being inactive.
All right, we Eagles desperately needed this defense to be back to how they started. They had 3 consecutive 3-and-outs, and then all of a sudden it's just, both sides of the ball. Eagles have been beating themselves like crazy since first season. There we go. T.Y. McGill off the practice squad for a sack.
He actually elevated from the practice squad to today's game due to the new COVID-19 rules.
They picked him up yesterday. They promoted him yesterday. T.Y. McGill was supposed to be trying out for the Detroit Lions. Howie Roseman was like, listen, we got a spot for you. So he left Detroit, flew over to Philly, and then he got cut, but then he got back on the practice squad, and now he has a sack. So I feel like, it has paid off. He got his miles.
All right, here we go. 3rd and 15 for the Washington football team. And yes.
3 and out for the Eagles defense. Much needed. Much needed.
Eagles secondary looking pretty good.
I need a place like that.
Grab a. Yeah, take our spot. Take our spot.
Right now, I'm just filling up my cup so it doesn't fly away.
What?
Just filling up my cup so it doesn't fly away now.
Oh yeah, just you got to weigh it down.
Again, we're live from Milligan's Pub Hobo Series. We're flipping the birds. I'm Bryan and Chris with the Eagles are now up 17-14 in the third quarter. 4 minutes left in the third.
Austin Scott is going to the locker room. He's on my fantasy team. We might see a flying of Devontae Freeman to the Eagles tomorrow if this is the case. Without Miles Sanders today, and then it's going to be the Corey Clement show, Jason Huntley show, but
it's a completely different offense without Miles Sanders.
We're looking at the Atlanta game last year. I mean, we knew beforehand who was going to be out. Push out of bounds, first one to touch it, penalty in Washington. Without, it's going to be rough running the ball.
Johnson cannot be the first player to touch it after he goes out of bounds.
It's going to be very rough for the Eagles to find a consistent run game without their star running back.
You take the retake there.
But if you know, I'm a very, very, very big fan of.
Those are just little things that you drill over and over again.
The Eagles up 17-14 right now against the Washington football team. 4 minutes left in the third quarter. Wentz has not looked the greatest as of late. Rager is back to return the punt. There was a penalty against the Washington football team.
Taking it to the house right here.
That would be phenomenal. That would light this whole block.
We have a big prediction from Viral, our bodyguard. Jalen Rager, a punt return for a touchdown right now. This street will explode if that happens.
Beer will go flying.
Hasn't actually returned one today. A couple fair catches. See if he gets an opportunity.
Here is a return.
From the 16.
Oh, he was just about 75 yards short, Viral, but he was close.
Prediction gone wrong.
Just a tackle over.
One missed tackle away from bringing it to the house.
And another flag.
Close.
Peyton Barber had his hands up in the air. Did you see that? See if it was either a block in the back or a hold on Peyton Barber.
What? Yeah, they've been gone. They're home. That's great. The Eagles fans of all sizes and shapes and breeds and genders and animals here.
That's a tackle already. Get a sense of that.
Michael making his way onto the live stream. Again, if you're tuning in now,
you're not going to be cursing more than I do on the podcast.
Brian Cameron, he's Chris Fonte, but live.
I curse a lot on the podcast.
This question is for a live Watchalong.
Well, let's just say to the viewers out there, it's not PG.
It's never PG. But if you're a new subscriber and you don't mind it, PG, radio.
Hey, Brian, I'm going to embarrass you real quick. We got to talk about our sponsor.
He knows his history.
I mean, I could yell it right now. How many people here Manscaped?
Oh my God, this is gonna be bad. I'm gonna mute my microphone in this case.
Byron, you Manscaped? I'll save it for guys. But hey, boys and girls, make sure you not girls, men. Make sure you Manscape it. FTB at promo, 20% off, free shipping. Manscaped.com. Also, Tavor, you see, we're relegated to Yingling today. We love Yingling. Yingling's great, but craft beer is better. Tavour.com. Go make the app. Download the app. Tavour.com. FTB10. $10 off your next purchase after you spend $25. Tavour.com. Great beer. It's fantastic. I'm going to resend the link to.
Thank you. Good food is good for you. Well, good for you. Now, you buy two because it's football season.
Dude, you're gonna be flipping in my fucking car. I'm gonna send Viral back home with you. He's right next door. He's in Clifton. You're in Belleville. You're on a Belleville.
I'm going to Middlesex after this.
Where's the penalty here, Joe? That's right here. You got him circled right there. Davian Taylor with a block in the back, number 52.
Davian Taylor with these rookies today. They're rough.
So Wentz is Wentz
the offensive line is not giving him a chance. It's rough. Like Sayamalo just got beat.
Arsenal went 16 to 27 with 211 yards.
5 sacks. 5 sacks.
Wow.
Since 16 sacks the last 2 years, it kind of sneaks up on you, right? Because you're right. There's 5 first-round picks.
Something we really talked about strongly before the podcast was the front seven of the Washington football team. That could really change the game for the Eagles. Greg Torres looking to get a first down, but so. How many great plays?
The defense is kind of being built the same way. The big difference was Philadelphia's secondary was playing better than Washington's secondary. Boy, that is really Washington has caught saying that Philadelphia has trailed off a little bit, but Washington's secondary has really picked up. You'd see obviously with the 2 interceptions.
37 Eagles, and this is gonna be a
it's a free play. It's definitely a free play. It's definitely a free play. It's all right. It's all defense penalty. Defense penalty. They're gonna replay 3rd down.
Is this how you expected the game to go?
No. Defense offsides. Free play. It is now 3rd and 2 versus 3rd and 7, and no longer 3rd interception of the game.
Chase Young coming off the edge against Jason Peters. That wasn't good. Of course, he did get the head start, though. The Eagles' offensive line not holding up against the front, the defensive line of the Washington football team right now.
Jack Dress was injured. Wentz with the keeper and the first down. Driscoll is hurt.
Wow, so Jack
Driscoll. Time for the Matt Pryor show at right tackle.
Just limped off, and it looks like Mailata's in, but Wentz is still down.
Jordan Mailata.
Carson Wentz is still down.
Wentz is coming off the field. Is that Sudfeld coming in?
No, that's not one off.
Oh.
He's good. He's good. Okay.
Just kidding. Okay, never mind. Sorry to scare.
And
John Carlos, yes, we need to run the ball a little bit better.
And Wentz is getting destroyed because of his offensive line. But to run the ball has been ineffective today due to the absence of Miles Sanders.
Wentz with some time now, and there you go. There's D-Jax. There's a Deshaun Jackson sighting. Finally. We finally know he's on the team. Finally know he's back on the team.
Shout out to Viral again.
Deshaun told us to get our popcorn ready, and it's been in the microwave for a long time.
At this point, it's just burnt.
The kernels are burnt.
you have you for.
Look at that, perfect. You want all the way to the top?
Oh, yeah.
All right, Wentz goes back, and Zach Ertz with the catch. Second down for the Eagles as they continue to march forward with a minute 50 left in the clock for the third quarter. Second and 4 to be exact. Zach Ertz, 3 receptions, only 18 yards catching today. So has not been as effective as Dallas Goedert. A very emotional day for Zach Ertz, who got into the conversation with Howie Roseman for the game. And Wentz going to
targets Raygor.
It's not looking good. And Driscoll is heading to the locker room.
Just injuries on injuries on injuries on injuries on injuries for this. Mailata is in for right tackle after spending the majority of training camp left tackle.
Shout out to John Carlos, who said fire the training and medical staff again, please. We've been through like 4.
I don't know how many medical staffs this team has to go through before.
Eagles got to figure something out. 3rd and 4 right now. I pulled the clip to bring back to Kelly. Wentz goes back. Oh my goodness, an overthrow again.
Wentz has been very high today. Very high.
Accurate.
Inaccurate today. That doesn't have. They have to go for it at this point. I think you can't punt it. It's going to go into the end zone. You can't kick it. It's going to go back. I think you go for it here. This is the Doug Peterson 4th down play. This is his.
So is this a situation where Wentz's mechanics are still off? As many.
I know we heard all offseason that Wentz's mechanics are better. His footwork is better. Boston Scott's back in the game, thankfully, for my fantasy team. 52 for 100. Here's 53 for 101.
4th down. Oh my goodness.
52 for 101.
6 sacks of the game for the Washington.
John Bostic comes in. 6 sacks for the Washington football team. No one touches him. No one touches him. JP's looking around for his next demand, his contract demands.
It looked like the 5 linemen were on their guys, and that would be the responsibility of the running back that was back in the shotgun with Carson. Another play is a chance for Washington to take the lead.
TJ Edwards gets beat on Logan Thomas. Edwards just doesn't have the speed to cover tight end. Edwards is a good in the tackles thumper, but he cannot cover.
Has been talking to this team about through training camp, the entire offseason, believing in themselves, never giving up, detail, work hard, just the basic fundamental things, and it's really paid off right now.
Final minute of the 3rd quarter. Gibson, the running back, in motion, couple of fakes. They're going to sling it out. 2 times this time.
McLeod with a really good stop. Really good stop.
Be the end of the 3rd quarter.
Dwayne Haskins just lost his sleeve, his towel.
No, he's picking up his towel that he lost. No, there's an injured Eagle. I think that's Vinny Curry.
Vinny Curry's hurt now too.
Yeah, he's struggling.
Vinny Curry's hurt now too. We have just wait, what the fuck's going on? If you remember, we got Derek Barnett out, got Casey Tuhill inactive. Javon Hargreaves out today too. It's going to be really rough on the defensive line.
The offensive and defensive line for the Philadelphia Eagles just ravaged by injuries so far through training camp and here.
I see too much there, did you?
I didn't. Sometimes those are the scariest ones, the non-contacts. So hopefully Vinny Curry's all right.
Curry will get checked out. And going to the tents, and for Washington, we're going to put the play clock back at 30 seconds. After the injury to Curry. It's been really a game of two halves. I mean, the Eagles look like they're going to win this game 50-0 in the first half of this game. It was 17-0, and then they started getting some defensive mojo. They picked up Carson Wentz twice. They turned both of those into touchdowns. Now a sack on a fourth down play from midfield. And Washington does not have to run a play. They will end the third quarter, but when we come back...
Yeah, Russ, his decision making is terrible. It is terrible.
Gene, did you know Geico is now
Time for me to
offering
go.
an extra 15% credit on prime motorcycle?
It's going to be the viral show right now.
So the score is 17-14. Eagles still, huh?
How much you want to bet Carson Wentz is injured?
No, fuck that.
I'm just saying.
Don't do that.
Whenever he play like shit, he's always injured.
It's rough. It's definitely a rough game. I definitely agree with that sentiment. Yeah,
I agree.
It's rough that Wentz hasn't improved his decision making, nor getting the ball out quicker out of his hands. But at the same time, it's kind of like, what does he have on the field? Yeah, it's hard to argue with that anymore. So you do have a great point, John. Yep, Wentz's decision making has been terrible, even acknowledging the full protection. Yeah, that's very true.
But thanks to those smart parking assist, it's no problem.
Life is horrible and everything hurts. Until Jalen Hurts is active for next week. The Wentz has very rusty in this game, so I can't deny that at this point. And if you're tuning in right now, I'm Bryan Cameron for Flipping the Birds, alongside Viral, who's behind me, and Chris, who's in the bathroom break right now. We're live on Philly Sports Network and on Flipping the Birds Twitter. If you're a fan of the podcast, if you're a new fan of the podcast, subscribe to PSN Radio. That's where we will be moving in the next coming weeks. And also, if you're a fan on YouTube, definitely subscribe to Philly Sports Network, because that's where everything will be on from now on. So 17-14, entering the fourth quarter against a very motivated Washington team.
That's great stuff. And you talk about that step from year one to year two. That's as big as anything. Your play on the field is great, but your leadership.
There's definitely something to be concerned about right now, as the Eagles did not score at all in the third quarter, allowing Washington to draw closer.
So much more in control. And you can see right there, just that little clip right there.
Again, we're live at Milligan's Pub in Hoboken, New Jersey, the biggest Eagles club in New Jersey. Washington football team looks like they're inching closer to score actually right now. Just 2nd and 6. Looks like they're going to run the ball. Gibson is held back by McLeod.
Third down and short coming up. But I mean, you think about we spent a lot of time with him on the Zoom call today.
Carson Wentz does not look like himself. He's looked a bit erratic at times, a bit comfortable at times, but definitely not the Carson Wentz we expected coming out of training camp, especially with the weapons that he has.
He's changed his work habits. And, you know, to do that
and it's 3 decks.
We're not used to seeing those plays from a number 22.
And The Eagles stopped the Washington football team. Looks like it might be a tie. Last time we had a tie, Marcus showed up.
Marcus Epps showing off what the number 22 should have been doing this whole time.
Vin Diesel cameo? No, that's my father-in-law. No, that's my father-in-law. He's actually a Giants fan. Vin Diesel cameo.
What they say?
Vin Diesel cameo.
We got the Puerto Rican Vin Diesel coming out here.
So 17-17. Eagles are tied up right now.
Hey, what did I say? I said it's going to be 24-17 Eagles, 17-17 leading into the fourth quarter. I know they just scored. It's just started fourth. Hey.
You're not off. You're still good.
I'm good for my word.
Yeah, you're good.
Cam Newton has 64 yards rushing right now, the most ever for a Patriots quarterback in the history.
Yes, Boo Giants. Yeah, it looks like the crowd noise is not really. I don't know. It's kind of weird that they were behind the curve with everything that was going on with how the NBA and the NHL kind of set the standard on how to do things with COVID. But the NFL played late to the game.
All starting at just $35.
I don't like it.
I'd rather be there. That's right, John. It is Washington. It's not a Philly thing. But what is the Philly thing is Carson Wentz struggling to get the offense going. They're starting off strong.
It's been so many things today. Wentz has been high. He's been inaccurate. Deshaun is hurt. Like, what the hell was going on? Like, he's been playing, but not as he told us to get our popcorn ready, and our popcorn's been burnt. Raygor had a great catch. I was okay with keeping him out this week to make sure he was just ready to go next week. Next week, I think is the week that you need him. You're facing the Rams next week.
How do you feel with them limiting JJ Arcega-Whiteside right now? You would think
JJ, he got the tattoo sleeve, and then he got the arm sleeve here. He was ready to go. He was how he said that JJ is the receiver we drafted him for, and now he hasn't done shit today. We got Hightower, who's been dropping everything. It's Hightower is the new Aguilar today.
No, let's not wish that upon him. He gave the look away.
It's true.
The death stare.
It's true. We're Eagles fans. You know we got to overreact to everything. We don't have to, but we do. We don't have to do a lot of things, but we do. As soon as someone gets cut today, you know we're all right. All right, let's sign him. You know that. You know that.
Again, we are live from Mulligan's Pub.
We haven't seen Watkins yet. We have. I wasn't paying attention.
And Vinny Curry is actually out with a hamstring injury.
That's just great. That's great.
Avery? What was it? Wasn't on an injury report.
Denard Avery is not inactive, so.
And he wasn't on the injury report, so that's
Hold on. A group of females just walked by, and Viral was ready to sprint after them.
So 17-17. Eagles have the ball. Boston, I think it's Corey Clement actually in the backfield. Let's see how
I see it 30, number 30. I see it.
And offensive line not holding up again. Ryan
Kerrigan again with his second sack of the game. Ryan Kerrigan, it's the Eagles' nightmare.
We appreciate you, John Carlos, for the feedback, man. This is our first time doing this. We might do it.
Sayamalu was way too slow on that pull.
And yeah, that's going on.
We have a very animated person.
So 2nd and 20 right now. Ryan, Corey Clemens down behind the line of scrimmage.
Giancarlo's, we're trying to do this a lot this season. It's not going to be every week. We got stuff. We got families at home and all that stuff to do. But we are trying our best to do this a lot this year. Thankfully, we're outside. We wish we started outside, but now we know we can do this outside. So next time we do this, we're going to start outside and get more fan interactions too.
3rd and 26.
We appreciate it.
Chase Young shouting from the sideline. Well, he's not on the field, which is good, but Ryan Kerrigan is.
3rd and China. Just dump it.
Oh, this is not good.
Interception.
They dropped it. There's no interception.
Dropped it. Okay, he should be on the Eagles, so he definitely dropped it.
See, the reason why Darby was in position for that is because they started him 20 yards off Deshaun Jackson. If Darby was like Wentz has zero time.
And of course, Darby was not going to catch that, so that's not a worry or a concern. The offensive line is making it very hard to be confident that they can come out with a victory in this one. Imagine Washington being the only 1-0 team in the.
If Lane Johnson's in this game, Eagles are up 30-something to whatever 17. Lane Johnson would have kept Kerrigan at bay the whole game.
Like, just to put this out there, we said it. Ryan Kerrigan was being an issue for this offensive line.
We said this on our podcast. We said this leading up. Ryan Kerrigan is going to be an issue. He's always been an issue.
How many sacks does he have today? 2? Survival says 2.
He does have 2.
No coincidence. Here's Haskins with a screen pass. Terry McLaurin. Going nowhere.
The Eagles are why I have a drinking problem. I extended through January through August. I get it, but now Brandon Graham is down. It's
4 hamstring injuries.
Who's playing defensive end now? We're gonna put Cox at defensive end, put McGill at defensive tackle, hit Ridgeway. Curry's out. Where's Bernard Avery?
So Sweat and Avery. Oh my goodness, most injured team in the league.
I will say though, Washington's football field is notorious for having a terrible field.
Best defensive ends. Coming off his best year.
And shout out to all you guys who've been tuning in since the beginning. We're about to touch the 4-hour mark in 20 minutes. But of course, in 20 minutes, we will have a victor of this game, and hopefully that victor wears green.
Kind of feels like the same thing.
Brandon Graham looks like it's part of the concussion.
They got Gibson in the backfield.
And Antonio Gibson is not going anywhere.
There we go. Nate Gary with the Jannard Avery is out. Jannard Avery is out there to clean up Gary's mess.
So the Redskins, the Washington football team are in this game with Haskins only throwing for 127 yards.
Oh, Robbie Anderson, the one that got away, Robbie Anderson.
That's the catch. Somebody get him.
He was down before that.
Logan Thomas. We talked about him before the podcast as well with Zachary Neal.
We were making fun of him, and it's been the Logan Thomas show.
Chris was making fun of him. Is that even a catch?
Challenge.
Washington football team is moving. Obviously, a field goal puts them ahead.
And look at the energy by Haskins trying to get these guys going.
I don't think that's a good idea, John.
he gets looked at in the medical tent. Benny Curry, the word on him is he has a hamstring injury and he is
Benny Curry out with a hamstring, as I said earlier.
So see about Curry with the Eagles already playing shorthanded.
17-17. Second and 8 for the Washington football team. Dwayne Haskins doing the minimal work to get his team in position to win, and that's going to be over there.
Shut up, man.
Viral getting in trouble, Chris.
Where the fuck the bootlegs at, bro? The rollouts that we were good at. Didn't we do that last 4 games?
The last time that the Washington football team won after trailing by 17 points was in 2015 against Tampa Bay. Here we go. Oh, Lord. And they keep the drive alive.
Maddox.
Yeah, he's humbled. Eagles can't afford that right now. First and 10, 7 plays so far on this drive for 35 yards. Taking a few minutes of time. They can hold Washington field goal. Eagles may have a chance. And wow, Haskins kept it. If you're tuning in now, I'm Brian Cameron from Flipping the Birds. He's Chris and Ponce as well. We're live on the Philly Sports Network. And if you're a new subscriber, definitely subscribe to our podcast on KXN Radio, Flipping the Birds, or subscribe to our YouTube, Philly Sports Network, for more videos. And it's third down already. So the Eagles could hold Washington football team to a nice field goal. Hopefully make a attempt to win the game.
One of the things that Scott Turner talked to us about was how to control the tempo. It's to the advantage of the offense. So if you can use it, you need to use it. And he's done a real good job changing it up right here. Going a little bit up tempo. You've had a lot of injuries into this Eagles defensive front. Keep that going on the
I can't really argue with that, Bill Smith. Here we go. Haskins gonna run it in. He does not get the first down. He does not get the first down.
Always go to the pylon, Kevin.
He got smacked.
Do not cut back inside.
Oh, it wasn't really a give up.
His knee is down. He's down. And then Mills came up with the hits.
Question. So check out the camera. Is it Schwartz? You got to get through an issue with Schwartz last season. Is it the issue or?
Like, Schwartz has all the players he needs right now, and look what's going on. It's just like like we said before, if Schwartz can't get the defense to perform with the guys that he has now, he's got to go.
I agree.
Like the fact that Dwayne Haskins is probably like 50% passing, maybe a little less, maybe a little more, and they're doing that to him, like and it's ridiculous.
I agree.
I get that Graham is out now, Curry's out. You still got a really good secondary. You still got really good depth among defensive line. Like, put the clamps on these fucking guys.
They're controlling the line of scrimmage right now. I don't think it's a lose situation for Robert Gardner to go for it right here. And the biggest thing
the Eagles are 0-1.
What?
The Eagles are 0-1.
I might just sleep here tonight.
So 4-1.
Let's go.
It's a big moment for the Eagles defense right now.
Stop!
First down? Wow. And the Eagles defense continuously giving us heartaches like they did last season. Wow. That's a little toss. And Pickle Roby Coleman.
Gotta watch his knee. Does his knee go down before he crosses? No, he's good. He's in. He's in.
Oh, man. If you're tuning in now, 17-7. Eagles versus the Washington football team. First and goal for the Washington football team. 6 minutes left. Haskins back to go. And it's my God. Back.
And it gets back to about the original line of scrimmage. That's one of those ones with the development of Dwayne Haskins moving forward. Decision-making, accuracy are the things that the coaching staff wants him to work on. Just throw that one out of there. And don't take a chance of climbing up into the pocket. You get a little bit loose with the ball. That aggressive call you just made on fourth down is all for naught because you're going to have a fumble.
Brandon Graham is being evaluated for a head injury according to Philadelphia Eagles.
Shut the fuck up. I see a tweet.
Oh, here we go. Run up the middle.
Touchdown. It's been the Peyton Barber show for the Washington Redskins or Washington football team.
24-17, Washington right now. And the Eagles have no type of momentum or rhythm right now on offense. The offensive line has been atrocious. Defense can't hold up right now. It's unbelievable right now. They're clinging to a 17-7 lead at halftime. The Eagles have allowed the Washington football team to get back in this game. Yep,
this defensive line started off so great, and now they just fucking fall.
They're just, you know.
I know you're missing Curry, but you're missing Graham. But like we've been touting the depth of this line. Jannard Avery's been getting his ass kicked out there.
24-17 Washington football team.
Like those are the same places. Those are the same faces we've seen year after year. And
no, you're good. You're good.
Can't wait for Carson Wentz if they have to do better now.
we just got to look in the mirror and it's, Viral's checking out the next group of girls walking by.
Philadelphia Green Team. Maybe if we change to the Philadelphia Green Team, we'll play better.
I got to do a better job. Do a better job at protecting the ball.
And Scotty, we cannot disagree right now, unfortunately. The team is even putting Chris to sleep. 24 unanswered points.
Like they were up 17-0, and now it's 24-17. There is a lot of football left, but
just enough to tie, though. Father-in-law is a Giants fan. He is right behind me. No, definitely not, Smith. I mean, stick around. We're going to keep you guys as upbeat as we possibly can. To kind of just stick around with us. I hate commercials. You got it. All right, we're waiting for the commercial to finish so we can get back to the game. Viral's cup is moving by itself.
I'm not drinking no
Viral's tapping out as the wind is kicking up in the air.
Damn, son.
All right, so let's see. Eagles going to make a move. They got to make it now. 6 minutes left in the quarter and the entire game. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
16 points. It's at 55. We're down 17 today. September 23rd, Fox asks, can you tell us if we can say without ever hearing their voice? Can join us in the music and history. I can see your voice after the Masked Singer Wednesday, September 23rd. Right here.
All right, here we go. Last drive. So they want to know what's your honest opinion of the game, an outside opinion.
Outside opinion, as a big blue fan, Giants, baby. It's a lot of football left. A lot of football game left. Anything can happen. I think the Eagles will still pull this away.
There we go. So there's Vin's opinion without the typical Giants hate. As Goddard gets the first down. Wentz is thrown 34 times in this game. That's how you know they're missing the presence of Miles Sanders in this game. As the run game has not been able to find any consistency. That's the best option right now. Goddard is about to eclipse 100 yards with another reception. As Scott is getting nowhere.
Where are the fucking bootlegs, bro? Where are the bootlegs?
Seems like there's no real creativity right now in this offense. That's the scary part.
It's gonna open up your fucking offense.
Did you hear viral? There's Goddard again as he eclipses 100 yards receiving for today. But none of that's going to matter if the Eagles take a loss right now. Jack Driscoll back on the sideline. Doesn't look like he'll be rejoining the team anytime soon. Mailata. As the crowd over here tries to rile themselves up, hopes that the Eagles pull off this victory. 4 minutes left. Well, 4:45 to be exact. And Wentz is going to throw this one, and he overthrows Deshaun Jackson. The second time he's overthrown a receiver this game. 4th and 3 right now. As the Eagles' offense has struggled to find a way to get a rhythm in this game.
Go for it.
And they're not going for it. Or maybe they are. Are they going for it? Chris is back from his bathroom break, and they're going for it. Here we go, 4th and 3. Do or die for the Eagles at this point. I mean, they'll probably get another drive, but God knows how to be at that point. And right through the hands of Zach Ertz. Goddard is over 100 yards receiving. Zach Ertz has kind of struggled in this game. And the Eagles are down a touchdown. Look at this. Arnold Darby. Zach Ertz, that's just a missed catch. That's all it is. Nobody interrupted that catch. John, you're absolutely right, but it looks like we got to keep feeding Goddard at this point because Zach Ertz just seems not in sync right now. Dwayne Haskins with a screen. Oh, wow. And Sims wants the Eagles. You're just joining us. It's Flipping the Birds live on Philly Sports Network. Live watch along of the Eagles versus the Washington football team. I'm Brian Cameron. He's Chris Infante, and it's just been a rough go. Wentz has not looked sharp in the second half.
During the course of the game, as the offensive line starts to fall apart and the matchups start to be unfavorable because of Washington's superiority on the defensive line. You got to adjust the
4.5 minutes left in the game. Washington with the ball, run up the middle, and Fletcher Cox is there.
That's what Cox said.
I'm muted.
Yeah, there we go. So Haskins with no interception in the game. Carson Wentz with 2 interceptions in this game. And it makes sense. I mean, watch it up by 1 touchdown.
That was Fletcher Cox's second tackle of the game.
Thanks, another stop. Andre believes that the Redskins go up 31-17 at this point.
The Eagles only have 3 pass deflections on the game.
That's it?
3 pass deflections on the game. Leading tackler right now is Nathan Gary, 9 tackles. Rodney McLeod next, 8. Then after that, you got Duke Riley at 5. The fact that Duke Riley is up there.
No TJ Edwards. Where?
TJ Edwards has 2 tackles.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see it.
Avante Maddox has 4.
All right, so will Ron Rivera get his first win as a Washington head coach, or the Eagles come back in the first?
This is going to be such a huge step. This is such an acceleration of the turnaround.
39 Washington.
17 down.
Pass for 178 pass yards. Field goal will put them up by 2 scores. And that's a block.
And then now we're ready to field goal. Down by 10 with 3.5 minutes to go. It's rough.
Eagles really shot themselves. It wasn't a Washington.
Eagles have beat themselves. The Redskins have not beat them. The Eagles beat themselves.
Washington goes up 17-0, and Philadelphia comes all the way back. Yeah, to think that team would be able to do this without the change, I don't know. But
Hopkins has missed today.
I agree, Andre.
But he's not missing right here. 10-point game with 3:25 left.
Overrated? I mean, it's a bad offensive line that they have on today, so I'm not going to say that he's overrated because he's nowhere near that. Again, it is week 1. And I agree with Lindred. Relax. All right, so let's see. Yeah, he's definitely not overrated. I mean, the guy was phenomenal down the stretch for the Eagles when the Eagles had nobody. That's very true. We have outsmarted Doug in the channel.
I will say there's this one tweet that I would say that avoid the temptation just to blame one thing for this performance. It's everything. Roseman did a terrible job building this team. The medical staff is garbage again. The offensive line is awful. Wentz looks bad as a result, and Peterson seems incapable of adjusting. Can't really argue that. Can't really argue that at all. Patrick, the Eagles PMC.
I agree. Wentz was definitely not accurate, but at the same time, he didn't really have time.
He has not had time today. He had.
You know the ball has to come out. They're going to have to drop back and throw it. So
At least we got to see Mailata play.
Mailata is finally off the injured reserve for the first time in 3 years, and he comes in and.
We've just crossed the 4-hour mark, so thank you for tuning in with us today. I'm Brian Cameron, East Chris at Flipping the Birds on live on Philly Sports Network. If you're a new listener, definitely subscribe to our podcast on PSN Radio or to Philly Sports Network.
Ryan Kerrigan again.
Yeah, Eagles lost again.
That just sealed the deal. Eagles will lose this game.
We said Kerrigan was going to be a problem for the team. That's exactly what
Ryan Kerrigan is an Eagles killer.
We got roasted about this, but we said Kerrigan was going to be key to Washington winning this game. And
Forced fumble by Chase Young. Kerrigan's there to pick, scoop it up.
I'm speechless right now. Oh, wow. And Edward hit it right at the park. The Eagles are greatly missing Miles Sanders right now. They're greatly missing Lane Johnson. We needed a run game, and we didn't have it at all this game. Boston Scott get it going.
Redskins get their first win against one since 2016. I just want water, please.
Water. Are they looking at this as an incompletion?
It is an incompletion. It is an incompletion.
Not a fumble.
Throwing motion. Forward, and it comes out right at the end.
Yeah.
Yep. That's an incomplete pass. Might have dodged a bullet.
Before we go to Los Angeles and bring in the birthday boy, our rules expert, Dean Blandino. Dean, good to talk to you. What do you think on this one? I'm going forward.
Yeah, well, the line goes forward, but remember, it's a pass until he starts to bring the ball back to his body. So you can see once he starts to bring it down, now it's on him. Any subsequent loss of control would be a fumble. It looks like the arm is coming down, loses the ball, that is a fumble.
Shut up, Dean Blandino.
So it looks like that would be a fumble.
He's not. I don't know. He's not bringing it back. I don't know.
I agree, Edward. It was definitely the perfect storm. That pass rush was going to be very hard to hold up against.
Look up. It looks like it's a fumble. Ron Rivera it wouldn't be clapping if it was an incomplete pass.
So Ron Rivera looks like he'll be getting his first win. Chase Young looks like he's gloating a little bit too much.
Right now, fantasy update, I'm pissed. Bryan is now projected to beat me.
How?
I am projected 140.81. You're projected 140.83.
I'm not even paying attention.
OBJ has done shit today.
Apparently going nuts.
38 points from Rodgers.
Wow. So of course I have Carson Wentz starting my other league and he has 12 points.
Score one more touchdown.
So I'm projected to lose that game.
McLaren, I'll take it.
I need Kenyon Drake to go off today. Yeah.
So far, so good.
Thank you.
Kevin paid for him.
Oh man.
Again. I'm just gonna be depressed and eat my mouth dry first.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
He's behind, and I'm gonna scroll. I have 2 pictures and 2
So I really have no idea what to say more. I mean, definitely disappointing game for the Eagles throughout the season. It's just like the Eagles are really going to be an 8-8 this season. Wow, who I ran them off. Yeah, I got him.
Wait, man. I want to believe my predictions and say that this is a 10-6 team or 11-5 team.
More like a 9-7.
Shut up! With this offensive line that what it is, it's not a good team.
9-7 at best. 8-8 best.
The loss of Miles Sanders was definitely huge. The Eagles had no running game at all throughout this whole game. Without a player like Miles Sanders in the backfield, you're definitely losing a lot.
The tab is paid off already.
What?
The tab is paid already.
Why?
Why what?
Michael is arguing about the tab.
What do you mean why?
These champs thought up 17-0. They'd be in trouble today.
It didn't seem like there was anything for them to worry about at that stage.
27-17, Washington. Wow. I did not think we would be saying that.
I can't tell you.
I'm going to get it from my in-laws because they're Giants fans. So thanks a lot, Carson, Doug, Howie, Jeffrey. There is always next game. But it's not going to be a good next game if the team looks this erratic. I completely agree, Edward. Miles Sanders is a very, very key player to this offense, and without him, there's much of our offense. The hamstring injury hopefully is nothing too severe, so we can see him back in week 2.
I think they kept them out for a reason. For a long
I agree, John. I'll rub it into my in-laws tomorrow. Don't worry about that.
for the season.
And Wentz does have to be better. He can't go forward looking like this, but at the same time, the offensive line has to be better. Yeah, he's got to be quicker. Got to be more decisive. And unfortunately, there are Jets fans celebrating, even though we're not even in the same conference.
And 2 fumble. Oh my God.
LeBlanc just ends the game completely. LeBlanc.
Put his ass.
He was just cut.
Put his ass.
Eagles had a small, very minute chance of coming back in this game. LeBlanc just ends that game.
So we have the Rams next week. I mean, how does this team even come back? You have no offensive line.
Not yet. I mean, you get Jason Peters, not Jason Peters, Lane Johnson back next week.
Not coming back.
Hopefully Miles Sanders.
Maybe Derek Barnett. Javon Hargrave. I would hope. I would like to believe that the Eagles are closer to 100% next week than they are right now.
You're gonna lose.
Can't always start with a win.
You're gonna lose Vinny Curry.
Did they say why Jack goes out?
Just goes out.
Why? No. I agree. Offense did they messed it up for the defense at times. Wow. Definitely sucks going into week 1 with a loss.
They haven't been 0-1 in a long time. Doug Peterson before today was 4-0 in opening games.
Yeah. I can't put my finger on it. I mean, it was just in all facets of the game, they were just very undisciplined. No rhythm, no momentum, nothing. They had a game plan at the beginning of the game, and they went away from it. They started targeting receivers more than the tight ends, and it just didn't work out. But the bright side of the game, Dallas got it over 100 yards receiving and the touchdown.
Last time the Eagles went 0-1 was 2015. They went 7-9 that year. Before that, 2010, they went 10-6. 2007, 8-8. 2005, 6-10. 2003, 12-4, 2002, 2004, 2001, 11-5. So if you want a silver lining, the last team to win back-to-back division champions, Eagles. All 3 of those years, 2001, 2002, 2003, they started 0-1.
Okay. Let's see how this goes then. We got a long season.
I want some Mahmoud, bro.
And then we got viral, Mr. fucking, negative over here. I agree with Smith over there. Wentz didn't make a great decision after being up 17-0. It's.
I totally understand why they drafted
They got comfortable 17-0. They need to be in a killer mentality at all times. Like, I don't care if you're up 50-0. Keep pouring it on.
So a lot of opposing teams fans always say that Wentz doesn't have the heart to win. Do you think that's really the case?
He had no time today. He was getting his ass kicked by that defensive line. The offensive line wasn't giving him any time. And we want to scream at him, throw the ball. But he has so many guys in his face. Like, what is he supposed to do? He has so much shit. Yeah, but throw the ball away. But when you get to a certain point, it's into the ground.
Well, we're joined by our very own Nick.
Now we see AJ. Now we see him on the sideline. Now we see him, I think, a Whiteside siding when he's on the sideline.
Well, we have another side. We have Nick on the podcast now. How you feeling, Nick?
I gotta be honest with you. I gotta be honest with you. I've sat through this entire game. I've watched everything.
The Eagles are worse than the Jets.
This is probably the worst opening day showing that I've seen from this roster, just from a complete standpoint. And now it starts to me, this isn't just a microcosm of the team right now. This is a microcosm of what's going on in the front office. This team sat there going into today against a top 5 defensive line group and said, we're going to roll with Jack Driscoll, Nate Herbig. We've got 2 rookies on the right side, 2 guys who haven't really played on the right side, and we're going to be okay. It's okay to sit there and say, okay, they were up 17-0. Doug Peterson at one point was up 17-0. He had him rolling outside the pocket. He had him moving around. He was moving throughout the game. And for some reason, Wentz took 1 sack and he just stopped rolling outside the pocket. They said, nope, we need to keep him inside. We need to keep him steady. We can't have him move around because he's going to get slaughtered. And what happened? You had Jason Peters look like a 38-year-old left tackle. And you had 2 young bucks look like 2 inexperienced guys going up against the cream of the crop of the NFL. This is as embarrassing a loss. And you can sit there and you can say Carson Wentz looked awful, and he didn't look good. He didn't look good at all. But when you get sacked 8 times, you aren't going to look good. You are the mental strain. We talked about, remember a couple of years ago, 2017, Dak Prescott got sacked like 9 times against Atlanta, and people were saying, well, Dak looked awful. It's the offensive line that can make you look terrible because now you're pressing, now you're forcing throws. It's just embarrassing to look at. It's an embarrassing
I completely agree. It was bad.
You would think that being 17-0, you see what's working, and you're like, you know what, let's keep doing this. And then all of a sudden, like you said, oh wait, Wentz got hurt. Wentz got sacked here. Let's change it. And it's just a fucking shit show.
But it's terrible because the Eagles had no running game, so there was no way to milk the clock. They were unprepared in the running game. You could have signed Devontae Freeman. You could have signed somebody that was a veteran and had your way in this game.
Yeah, but you know what? You counter that, but if you don't have a running game, go back to the short passes, medium passes. They were dialing up a lot of deep passes when you don't have the timing with the offensive line to help him get that deep pass off.
And look, that game flipped with the first Wentz interception. But the second interception, you can talk about Wentz, needing to be quicker all you want. What in God's name is Hightower doing? That pass was thrown in his hands, and he just gave it up. It wasn't an effort. And I get it. I understand that. But now you're telling us, now as an organization, you're telling us that because Alshon Jeffrey's on the field, because you don't trust Ortega-Whiteside, you are going to throw out a 5th-round pick as a rookie and throw him out there with under 2 minutes to go. Or at this time in the third quarter of opening day. How? Why? None of it made sense today after they went up 17-0. And you can sit there and say, well, we need to run the ball. Guess what? You add a semblance of a professional runner, an experienced running back, that changes things. That does change things. Because as good as Boston Scott is, as how, he can't be the lead back. He can't. And then he got hurt.
I'm sorry, but we're just watching the Lions game right now, and that guy, whoever that is, 32. Who is that? They just had the game right there. That's DeAndre Swift, the rookie. DeAndre Swift. It's been a bad day for rookies today. DeAndre Swift.
So we're surrounded by Eagles fans that turned into Lions fans temporarily. But going forward, Nick, what do you think of the Eagles have to do to be prepared against the Rams next week?
Well, look, think of it this way, and I think David Esser said it on Twitter as well as I was watching. The Eagles gave up 8 sacks today. 8 sacks to a top 5 defensive line. Who do they have next week? Aaron Donald.
I will say, despite I know the Eagles' offensive line fucking sucks right now. Jason Kelsey has had Aaron Donald's number his career. Aaron Donald has never sacked an Eagles quarterback.
Yeah, but again, you can say that, but that's
don't say it's going to change. I know that it's going to change.
You had Brandon Brooks on his right side, and you had Lane Johnson with him as well. We forget in 2018 and last season, for the majority of the season, the injuries were all over the place. They were pretty intact. They were pretty intact outside of Brandon Brooks in the final game of the season. The offensive line has never been the problem. This is Jason Kelsey is by himself. And we want to talk, you want to complain about the right side. Jason Peters was pathetic today. It was as if, and again, this is the case because once again, I have to turn to Doug Peterson and Howie Roseman for just an absolute, number one, for the egregiousness of Lane Johnson is week to week, but he's on a good path to starting on week 1. Miles Sanders is day to day, but we expect him to be playing in week 1. It's all on them. You had Jason Peters for the entire offseason training to be the right guard and said at the last minute, okay, we're going to put him at left tackle.
Which made no sense at all because, I mean, why? Like, it's the Eagles being their worst enemy once again at the end of the day. I mean, the whole Miles Sanders issue where he was day-to-day from the training camp all the way till now, like.
Day-to-day is not a month.
Yeah, it's literally day-to-day.
That is maybe a week tops. A day-to-day injury for a hamstring is a week.
It's terrible. It's very terrible to see this kind of effort on display. I mean, Wentz literally had no time, but at the same time, Wentz did make some erratic throws. It's just a mess all over the place at this point. I really have no idea where we go against the Rams next week.
And I got to be honest with you, one thing that I was alarmed with, very alarmed with, and again, this goes back to Peterson and Howie. Zach Ertz checked out of this game in the second quarter.
Yes.
Zach Ertz did not want to play.
And the other thing is this, normally he's open, he does this, he does that, and he's very helpful. The fourth quarter drop is one thing. The dude was
that fourth quarter drop was telling.
Nowhere for the rest of the game after his touchdown. And at the end of once they went up 17-0, Zach Ertz disappeared, and he didn't want to do anything about it.
Yeah. That fourth quarter drop was very telling. Like that's something that he makes routinely.
Actually, do you keep Ertz on the roster with this issue?
But that's on Howie. That is on Howie. You have a story come out today that he is arguing with Zach Ertz after a practice. Okay, pay him, don't pay him, fine, whatever. Come out with it. Be honest about it and say, we aren't going to keep you. We have a younger tight end, and we can get other tight ends. We aren't going to keep you. This low ball move of trying to pay him less than Austin Hooper, which is a fallacy.
That is such a disrespectful move.
Disrespect him. And listen, I'm on record saying I don't want to I don't think it's a good move to pay a 30-plus-year-old tight end starter money for the sake of, oh, this is our Super Bowl hero. Howie Roseman at around 2018 said, we're going to be loyal to the guys that won us our first Super Bowl, which was his first mistake. The second mistake was saying, well, now all of a sudden we don't really need to change so many different things. We have to keep doing what we're doing. The drafts have been horrendous. The 2017 draft is an absolute horrendous draft. And it might even, and honestly, not even saying that, how about the 2016 draft? Carson Wentz is the draft pick. Who else has played well outside of Jalen Mills? 2016, 2017, 2018, you have Goddard, which is a very good pick. You know, it was a solid draft pick. 2019, there hasn't been much. Howie Roseman is at the center of the flame here.
And then you look at the other side, well, then below Roseman, Peterson did not help Wentz today.
No.
Peterson did not help Wentz. You look at Ben Solak's tweet, this shouldn't be hard for the coaching staff. Wentz is reeling, offensive line is hopeless. Get the ball out of his hands quickly. Unbelievable they continue to come out under center play action, and it looks like they're ramming their heads into a wall. Like you see that this offensive line is giving him no chances. Last year we saw him out of a shotgun so many times when he shouldn't have been out of shotgun. This game we see him under center when he really shouldn't be under center, because once he snaps the ball, Chase Young, Ryan Kerrigan is right in his fucking face. Get him in shotgun. Quick screens, quick slants. That was none of that today.
The screens again, Washington's front line.
That's how they fucking won last year.
Well, I mean, the screens blew up just because it was under center. Get the shotgun screens out.
My biggest thing with the play calling thing was very simple. And I go back to it. They rolled him out once, and he was sacked. And then they were terrified to roll him out again in case he got hurt, and said, okay, you know what? Instead of rolling you out, we're just going to let you take an absolute pummeling inside the pocket.
That's factual. I mean, that's literally what happened in the game. I mean,
Peterson did no favors for once today.
And listen,
there was no creativity.
And it's a shame because we see all these quote unquote offensive minds that were brought in. You got Scangarello, you got Mornwig, Press Taylor got promoted. We still got Deuce, you got Stoutland. You got all these offensive minds, and this is what we came up with. We came up with a 17-0 lead, 17-0 lead that just shit the bed. They blew their load in the first half.
And the other thing about Chris, you make a great point there. They have all these offensive minds. You had a month of knowing that Lane Johnson wasn't healthy. You weren't going to have Brandon Brooks, and you were putting Jason Peters at right guard. And that was the scheme you came up with against the defensive line? That was the offensive scheme? You had a month to prepare for it. It's not like we can sit there and say, well, COVID happened and no preseason games hurt. Wentz came out firing. The offense came out firing. This was
the ultimate game where even COVID that happened, you still have the consistency, because no matter all the injuries, Miles Sanders, Lane Johnson, you still had Boston Scott and Greg Ward, Zach Ertz, everybody that pretty much played in that finals few games of the season last year that you could lean on. And they leaned on them first half. It was the Ertz and Goddard show. And then they started going back to Hightower. They started going to Raygor, forcing it to Raygor. We love Raygor, but in a game like this, it should have been Scott, maybe Jackson, Ward, and then Goddard and Ertz the rest of the game. And they went away from that. Doug got cute. Doug got really cute and was like, listen, we saw that this worked. Let's see if something else works. And he did that too many times, and they just got too big in a hole. Now we're going to hear Doug Peterson's press conference. I'm going to look myself in the mirror and do this. And it's going to be the same shit all the time, just like he does with his injuries. Just like with injuries. This guy's day to day. We'll see how he is. Driscoll's probably out for the season. Grant's probably out for the season. They're going to say he's day-to-day, whatever, later, and we're not going to see them for another, month. So it's just...
Well, that's the other thing. Darren Sproles, remember when he had the hamstring injury, and he was like, oh, he's day-to-day, and he turned out to be out for like 10 weeks. It's just getting ridiculous how little transparency Doug Peterson has. And listen, we talk about...
It's very annoying.
Chip Kelly, for as awful a man that he is, he was very transparent on injuries, and also because there weren't a lot of injuries, because he had the sports science. Doug Peterson sat there and said, we don't need the sports science, everything's going to be fine. Oh, but nothing's fine, but I'm not going to tell you why. I'm not going to tell you these injuries. Where's the transparency? At some point, and it's very similar, I think, a comparison to the Patriots. When the Patriots start losing, Bill Belichick's stick of, oh, I'm not going to give an answer to the media, I'm not going to give easy answers, is hard to run by. A lot of Patriot fans got pissed off this past offseason because Bill Belichick's stance of we did an excellent was not good enough. At what point is Doug Peterson's we just have to play better? He's day-to-day. At what point do we get sick of this and we start calling for Howie Roseman and Doug Peterson's job? At what point do we sit there and say enough is enough?
I think I keep forgetting. Oh, I'm muted. I'm not muted anymore. I'm not muted anymore. I think between the two, Howie goes before Doug, because I think maybe Laurie says, "Listen, let's see how a new GM builds this team. Let's see a new GM bring in players that actually fit the system, fit Wentz and all that. Let's see how Doug does with that." And if Doug can't get the new players, then maybe I hate to question Doug's job. I hate to, because the dude brought us the first Super Bowl in ever, and he did it with the same injuries that we're dealing with now. But after you bring in, again, I hate to harp on this, but you bring in all these damn cooks for the kitchen, the offensive kitchen, and this is what you come up with. I feel like as an Eagles coach, you have to account for the injuries that are inevitably going to happen. It can't be like the Atlanta game last year where you lose Jackson, you lose Goddard, and all of a sudden, we can't do this anymore on offense. You need to account for losing all this stuff, and you need to be able to do it. And today is the Atlanta game from last year. 100% did.
It gets so annoying. I'm sorry, Brian. I know I'm just.
No, you're good. You're good. You're honestly good, man. I'm at a loss worse right now.
It's just like you go into the season, and listen. I personally think if we're going to give this a certain tier of who's to blame, I think tier 3 is Wentz, because he didn't play well. Well, the first interception was really bad. You could chalk it up as a miscommunication, but it was a bad pick. The second pick, I think, was a lack of effort on Hightower, because he just did absolutely nothing to go get the ball. And then the fumbles that have happened, he didn't play well. We get it. Tier 2 is Doug Peterson. You have a 17-point lead, and 1, you can't run the ball. 2, you had no plan for the defensive line, even though you knew this was coming a month ago. And number 1 is Howie Roseman. And clear cut. He brought in Cody Glenn for an interview, for a workout.
He needs to be signed tonight.
Didn't even sign him. Okay, that's fine. So then you let Jason Peters move over to left tackle, which clearly today shows that he cannot play anymore. He clearly cannot do the job of an all-pro left tackle. So why are you paying him $8 million? And then you go out there and say he's been too lenient towards the Super Bowl players. Oh, well, he let Malcolm Jenkins walk. Oh, well, he let Nigel Bradham walk. He overpaid for Alshon Jeffrey. He overpaid for Deshaun Jackson. All these extensions have happened, and we're in cap hell. And I honestly think if you're going to fire Howie Roseman, you're firing the one guy that could financially get you out of this mess. But it's the guy who put you in it.
Yeah, I think like we want to say Howie's going to get us out of this mess, but he's the one that kept backloading contracts for us to be this, like for us to be minus $80 or $90 million under the cap next year.
How long he's gonna keep doing that?
It's you can't just defer payments. We don't have a bunch of Bobby Vanillas on this damn team.
It feels like we do, though. It feels like we do.
And the other piece,
And we say that, we say that to a Mets fan over here,
But I know how that feels.
listen, just go into that point, and guys make a great, excellent point there. We took in the second round. Howard Roseman said we're a quarterback factory. In the second round, they took a quarterback in Jalen Hurts, who was inactive, by the way. Let's put that out there. You need to tell me an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman or some other position that was helped out at some point today. You wasted a second round pick. Oh, okay, Hurts is a development guy. So you're going to get a second round pick from him. So you wasted a pick in Carson Wentz's prime years to say, well, we're going to trade him for a second round pick in 3 years anyway.
Like when I hear all these plans for Hurts and how he's going to be in red zone package and all this, I understand the pick until I see that he's inactive today. When I see that Sudfeld is the backup and Hurts is inactive, you don't draft second round picks to be inactive on him. I don't care what position it is. I don't care what position it is. Whoever you draft in the second round, they are being, unless they're hurt, they are active on game day.
They could have went in with another wideout. I mean, you didn't use Hurts in any trick packages. You didn't use Hurts at all in the field. It seems like a bit of an organizational mess right now. And it's scary entering week 2 at this point against the Rams. But
and John Carlos puts up a point down there with the RPO. We haven't seen RPO in a long ass time.
Well, they started the game with RPO. I mentioned it to you.
Yeah, I know, but we haven't seen it consistently in a very long time.
To their credit, to Brian's credit, they ran RPO at the beginning, and then they went away from it.
And then that's it. I mean, consistently. Like we saw RPO almost all the time with Foles. Like it was just RPO. Here, you have better tools for RPO. And then it's just.
So Jordy has a question. So Jordy mentions, so you would rather take Suffield over a draft pick that can be cheaper that also has way more talent than your backup? Yeah, I think we're not saying that. I think we're saying
that Hurts is a better backup than Sudfeld.
But you gotta use him.
But you gotta use them. Hopefully you don't have to use them as a backup. Hopefully not. But if you draft Hurts and say quarterback factory, whatever. But adding in that he could be part of these packages and all this stuff to be creative and all, and you have a guy in Marty Mortonwig who used Lamar Jackson in packages like that when he had Joe Flacco and Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, but he's inactive. What the hell is the point?
But guys, I'll even sit there and say this: yes, give me Sudfeld, take away Hurts, fine. Give me something, Carson.
It depends on what you take on that second round.
Well, yeah. I mean, I in hindsight, looking at this game, I'd take another position and just sign someone else to be.
And I can't wait. I honestly don't want to hear what Peterson has to say because I feel like it's just going to be the same drivel we've always heard of. We didn't execute. We didn't do this. The quarterback didn't do this. The quarterback didn't do that. How about taking responsibility and saying, we got away from our game plan? Or, people are talking about, well, this could be a little bit better once everyone starts getting healthy. Is there a guarantee that Johnson plays next week? Is there a guarantee that Sanders plays? Sanders didn't even make the trip. Johnson made the trip, so my thought process is, okay, they're keeping him in for this week. They'll play him next week. Sanders didn't make the trip. This was, okay, he's clearly not good enough to go, and we're not going to force him to go. And we expect him to be able to play next week in against Los Angeles. How? If it's this bad a hamstring injury, number one, why isn't he on IR? And two, why isn't he had surgery? Nothing's come out about the injury. No one has said shit about the injury, and everyone's just and the reporters, to their credit, have asked. But then the Eagles front office gets upset that they're asking them those questions. If you don't want to get people upset, then win, then produce, or two, just be honest with everybody and say, okay, the hamstring injury is really bad. We can't play him.
So talking about being honest, the Eagles claimed Jason Huntley off waivers, and we saw Huntley for one snap. Not even in special teams, nothing. It was Rager and Greg Ward on special teams. So what was the whole point of that? You could have had Holyfield playing, where you have an in-between the tackles runner, and you had that consistency.
Hundley had 1 carry for 1 yard.
What was the whole point of that game?
Huntley, the 4th string. I don't get it. I don't. It's. I don't. I don't get it.
The more I sit and try to dissect everything that happened, the more I realize, number one, this is going to be an incredibly long season. Like,
That's
very
gonna be a
similar
tough
to
season.
2012. Remember in 2012, the Eagles were making comeback after comeback to start the year, and it looked great. They were 3-1 and so on and so forth. The one piece that people forget about that 2012 team was the offensive line got decimated, and then everything imploded around them. The fact that they've done nothing to address the offensive line outside of bringing in Jason Peters and moving him to 2 different positions within 2 weeks is an indictment on everything Howie Roseman has done. I'll even sit there and say this. As great as Howie Roseman was in 2017 with his free agent picks, he has been even worse in the last 2 years.
I don't disagree.
But I keep forgetting I'm muted. The first free agency signing this year was hurt, so it's Javon Hargrave was at home. So.
But the defense wasn't a problem. It was just the offense.
I know, like overall,
defense was great.
You can't ask for a better like showing from the defense because you look at Haskins. 17 for 31 for 178 yards. That's great. It's Antonio Gibson, 9 carries for 36. Peyton Barber, 17 carries for 29 yards. He averaged 1.7 yards per carry, but he still had 2 touchdowns. You know, Dwayne Haskins ran it for 17. Then you look at McLaurin, 5 receptions for 61. Last year, if it was against last year's DBs, he has 5 receptions for 120 yards. You got Steve Siz, 3 for 50. Logan Thomas, 4 for 37. Only 6 people caught passes for the Redskins, Washington, whatever. It was the Washington defense that just overwhelmed the Eagles' offense, and it just they shouldn't have lost this game. 100%.
They shouldn't have.
But even then, let's say they win this game. Let's say they pull it out. Or let's say they somehow find a way to win this game. Are we still confident going up against Aaron Donald? The sacks stay the same. Carson
8 sacks.
Really.
No Aaron Donald. There's 8 sacks in this game.
And name me one quarterback in the NFL that can compete with 8 sacks and be able to still be standing there mentally and not be like, okay, hold on, do I have enough time to throw the football? Troy Aikman, people forget, in 1991, the Eagles defense sacked Aikman 11 times. 11 times, and Aikman was shut out. The Cowboys' offense, one of the greatest offenses of all time, was shut out in 91 by the Eagles. And at the same point, we're expecting Carson Wentz to lead an offense with 2 rookie wide receivers, an all-pro tight end that checked out at halftime.
And inconsistent Deshaun Jackson.
Like, what do you expect him to do? And yeah, he didn't play well. Of course he didn't play well. He was sacked 8 times.
I want my customers to look at that and say, oh,
I completely agree with that, man. But with that, I think we're gonna wrap it up today. I think they're about to show the Saints and Bucks game over here, so we're gonna kind of clean up the Eagles section. Nick, thank you for jumping on, man. You have very valid points, man. I mean, there's every reason for concern heading into week 2. Hopefully, the Eagles don't make a mistake. Nick, though, where can everybody find you? Find more of your content.
Twitter, Nick_Faria 1720. Faria is the last name over there on that little tab. I know it's a little bit, it's the Portuguese last name can confuse everyone. Nick_Faria 1720. Or reach out for my articles. Give me a shout. Let me know if you guys have any questions and stuff. Thanks for having me on, though, guys. This is awesome.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we're gonna do this again.
Hopefully with a winning game.
Hopefully with a winning game, yeah. But we're 0-1 in Hoboken now, so maybe we stay home. No. We're 0-1 when Viral comes with us. Maybe next time we keep him home.
No, Viral is stand up. Viral is the bodyguard and the bartender. But anyways, thank you for all you guys sticking with us for the past 4.5 hours.
Almost 5 hours, guys. Thank you.
5 hours, yeah. We truly appreciate it. If you're new to the podcast, subscribe on PSN Radio. Also, subscribe to our YouTube, Philly Sports Network. And until next time, I think you're muted. I think Chris froze, but go Birds. All right. Take care, Nick. Have a
See
good
you
one, man. Take care, guys.